Chapter 1467. Li Qingshan's heart trembled inexplicably. The illusion collapsed and his Yin spirit escaped. It was faintly discernible and extremely weak. He quickly returned to his physical body. Chao Tianjiao's eyes were in a trance for a moment, then she returned to Xuanwu Hall. She glanced at his face and smiled. "You're seriously injured." Li Qingshan smiled dryly. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm a little worried about whether you can accept my gift in the upcoming army competition." Chao Tianjiao looked like she would let him go if he begged her. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "I want to fight 10. Hey, you're really stubborn. Don't blame me if you lose face. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Li Qingshan was indeed stubborn. In his current weak state he wouldn't recover without a month, but he would never wag his tail and beg Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao waved her hand. Li Qingshan turned around and left. When he was about to walk out of the door, he suddenly heard her say, "You should be prepared to face a mad demon overlord. This is the opening ceremony of the army competition. You can only win and not lose, otherwise I won't spare you." Li Qingshan looked back at her and nodded slightly. "Thank you." The so-called mad demon overlord was probably a demonic beast. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. As long as you know what the opponent is, you can make a lot of arrangements in advance. In fact, he already had some ideas now. After Li Qingshan left, Chao Tianjiao shook her head. "Damn brat. You're still so cocky even when you're injured. I've been merciful this time, seeing as you've allowed me to pass the cold blood pass." Thinking of this, her expression was a little dignified. The situation in Lingxue Pass was indeed very strange. It was not as simple as Tu Wanqing turning into a demonic beast, but a prepared and purposeful massacre. Moreover, demon overlords and demon kings were cleared in advance. But what was the purpose of all this? Chao Tianjiao looked up at the sky, only to see black clouds and heavy snow. Li Qingshan left the Black Tortoise Hall but did not return directly to the Greystone Tower. Little and was probably concentrating on cultivating, but in his current state he was unable to cultivate, so he simply strolled around the city. This leisurely posture and leisurely expression, in the midst of the ferocious-looking soldiers on the street who were in a hurry. It was rather eye-catching. There were actually quite a few people who recognized him, but all of their expressions were unfriendly, and none of them came forward to greet him. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan's identity and strength, there might have been a lot of people who came up to provoke him. Not only had Li Qingshan offended Li Liehua, he had also humiliated the entire Raging Inferno army. The grudge with Chao Tianjiao. He had offended the Xuanwu army again. In fact, if that was all, it would not have been enough to make the ordinary soldiers so hostile towards him. On the contrary, he might have gained quite a bit of respect. After all, the strong were worshipped in the army. But recently he had caused the abbot Yangon to fall into a coma. He had completely become a great sinner in the eyes of the entire army. Not only was the abbot responsible for purifying the demonic land and recording the contributions, but he also had to remove the demonic chi from the soldiers who fought in the demon domain. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to suffer from chi deviation or even become demon folk. He upheld the Pure Land sect's philosophy of equality for all. He was easygoing and amiable, so he was extremely popular in Black Cloud City. Who knew how many people had been helped by him, especially by the soldiers at the bottom level? As a result, Li Qingshan was now notorious. As a disciple, he was a general as soon as he joined the army, so he now had a nickname, General Crawling on the Ground. Li Qingshan's hearing was just too good. He could always hear countless mutterings, none of which were good. Even though he was broad-minded, he still hated them to the core. Suddenly he heard shouts and fighting sounds as well as cheers and curses, which immediately dispersed the mutterings. He was curious. After turning around a tower, he arrived at a drill ground. There was a dense crowd of 2,000 or 3,000 people, who were cheering and cursing around a ring in the middle of the drill ground. Two soldiers were fighting fiercely on the ring. One was wearing light armor and holding a spear. The other was wearing heavy armor and holding a sword and shield. Although they were all low-level soldiers who had not even undergone the first heavenly tribulation, they were all full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every time they fought, it would cause a great commotion. What's going on? Li Qingshan grabbed a young soldier who was watching the show at the outermost edge. The young soldier stared straight at the ring and said without looking back, "Are you new here? You don't even know this. This is the competition of the whole army." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "The competition of the whole army has already begun. Isn't it going to take half a month?" "Sai, you really don't know anything. The competition of the whole army will begin as soon as winter comes. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He guessed that this was probably the preliminaries, and the final half a month later would be the competition. His guess was correct. Once winter came, the wind and snow would be fierce and the cold would be harsh. The army was unable to advance. Apart from small-scale investigations and assassinations, they were basically in a state of truce. An army of 1 million holed up in the barracks of Black Cloud City, and they were all hot-blooded, combative men. If they were not given something to do, they would definitely cause trouble. As a result, the competition of the whole army would be held as soon as winter came. In order to inspire the soldiers' passion, not only would they be given great rewards, but their status in the army would also be directly determined. Even the lowest-level soldiers could make an appearance in the competition that Li Qingshan would be participating in if they could place highly. Not only was this an honor, but if they caught the attention of a certain general, they could immediately be promoted or chosen as a personal guard. They could even obtain a cultivation method and formally set foot on the path of cultivation. Many lucky people like that would be born every year. And because the winter here was particularly long, basically half of the time was spent fighting demon folk, while the other half was spent on the competition of the whole army. These were the two most important paths of promotion in the army. Although the latter often resulted in deaths, it was much safer than fighting demon folk, so the entire army was obviously fired up with enthusiasm. Even those who had failed could happily gamble a few rounds if they believed in their own judgment and luck. The hurried and vicious soldiers along the way were either going to watch the competition or to participate in it. At this moment, cheers surged up like a wave reaching for the clouds. In the ring, the soldier with the spear seized an opening and stabbed his spear into the gap in his opponent's armor. The young soldier's face was bright red from excitement. He could win quite a lot of this round. Li Qingshan smiled instead. He's lost. Before he had even finished speaking, the soldier with the blade and shield tossed aside his padao decisively and grabbed his spear. Ignoring his injuries, he suddenly charged forward with his shield. With a bang, he knocked his opponent off the ring. The cheers immediately died down, replaced by another cheer in the blink of an eye, like the waves behind surpassing those before. The young soldier stamped his feet and cursed. Only then did he turn around. He was taken aback. "Sai, why do I find you so familiar? Are you Crawl? Crawl what?" The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. The young soldier corrected himself in a hurry. "G General." No matter how notorious Li Qingshan's reputation was, he could not be humiliated by a low-ranking soldier. However, the young soldier only seemed to omit the word ground. Li Qingshan was furious. "My low profile isn't something you can brag about." He knocked the young soldier unconscious with a knife-hand strike and tossed him out of the arena. He conveniently took the metal helmet from him and put it on his head before making his way to the center of the field. "Son of a bitch, what are you squeezing for? Those at the back, get back." He squeezed through the crowd amidst a series of curses and arrived below the ring. The soldier with the blade and shield had also left the ring to tend to his wounds. The ring happened to be empty, so he leapt onto it. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his arms and called out, "Long live Li Qingshan." To be continued. Chapter 1468. This shout overshadowed all the noise on the drill ground, and it was filled with pride. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Now, opposing the crawling general Li Qingshan had already become a military consensus. Where did this lowly soldier come from? How dare he go against the world's condemnation? Li Qingshan wore an iron helmet that covered half of his face. That was the standard equipment of the lowest-ranking soldiers. Moreover, who would have thought that a dignified general would pretend to be a lowly soldier and personally go on stage to wave the flag and shout for him? This place was not far from Xuanwu Hall, so Chao Tianjiao heard it clearly. She came to the window and recognized Li Qingshan at a glance. She held her forehead and sighed, "This kid is too outrageous." Just now, she thought that he was broad-minded and extraordinary, but now he personally went on stage to challenge her. It was really narrow-minded. But inexplicably she felt that this was his style. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile, and she continued to watch with great interest. Immediately, a burst of angry curses erupted from below the arena. "Get down! Get down!" Li Qingshan arrogantly glanced around, gave a thumbs up and gestured downwards. "Trash!" This angered all the soldiers. Some picked up stones and threw them at him, while those who did not throw them only did so because they could not find stones under their feet. Whoosh 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 whoosh. For a moment, the sky was filled with flying stones towards the arena. Li Qingshan dodged here and there, looking very slow, but he managed to avoid all the flying stones. This was after all the drill ground. Soon the soldiers could not find any more stones to throw, and the arena was covered with gravel. Li Qingshan picked up a pile and shouted, "Return them to you." Even though he did not use much strength, the people below the arena were squeezed together, and it was impossible to dodge. For a moment there were cries of pain. "Be careful. Get out of my way. My head. Motherfucker who stepped on my foot." There were thousands of people below the arena, but only a few were actually hit. However, in order to dodge, they squeezed each other, causing even more chaos. It was a complete mess. "I haven't even exerted any strength and you've already fallen." Li Qingshan stood on the stage and laughed loudly. Everyone glared at him and cursed him loudly. The soldiers below the stage were itching to come up and beat him up, but they all looked at the tower on the side of the drill ground. The officer in charge of supervising the tournament stood up. Pointing at Li Qingshan, he said harshly, "Which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How dare you disturb the drill grounds? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" In Black Cloud City, below the two corps commanders were the generals, and all of them were disciples of the Myriad Manifestation sect. He commanded all the battalions. Then there were the commandants, who commanded the various regiments. They were all disciples who had passed the imperial examination, and they were considered the upper echelons of the army. They formed the core of the army. Below that were the ranks of the commander-in-chief of the brigade. The commandant was the head of the middle-level generals and was infinitely close to the upper echelons. Only Golden Corps cultivators who had gone through the second heavenly tribulation could assume this position. Therefore, from the generals to the colonels, they were collectively referred to as Lieutenant Colonel. His status was noble. This commandant was no exception. He was a Golden Corps cultivator, and in the Myriad Manifestation sect, he was only a study companion. He couldn't be considered an official disciple. But in the army he was a ruthless character whose words carried enormous weight. Normally, with a glare from his eyes, even the most ferocious soldiers would be frightened and obediently bow their heads. With him here, no matter how angry the soldiers were, they wouldn't dare to recklessly rush into the arena. However, Li Qingshan didn't care about this. He straightened his back and held his head high. He asked in return, "Which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" Once again he successfully used the great taunt technique. The effect was outstanding. The commandant flew into a rage. "Take him down." A burly soldier immediately rushed into the arena. He was wearing armor and holding a weapon. It was obvious that he was here to compete. To be able to come this far, he could already be considered a fierce soldier in the army. "I am Zhang, get down." Li Qingshan kicked him off the arena. Another wave of curses came from below the arena. "Despicable person, sneak attack," and so on. "All of you scum, listen up." Li Qingshan cupped his fists and made a gesture of infinite worship. General Li Qingshan is mighty and domineering, benevolent and righteous, handsome and confident, and uses virtue to win people over. He praised himself as unparalleled in the heavens and unparalleled on the earth, with no blind spots in all 360 degrees. Chao Qinjiao frowned and gritted her teeth as she listened. Finally she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The soldiers were all furious. They originally thought that Li Qingshan wasn't that bad, but now they were convinced. Li Qingshan finished praising himself and waved his fist. "If anyone isn't convinced, come out. I'll beat them until they are convinced." The commandant's veins popped on his forehead. He couldn't take it anymore. "Damn it, beat him to death." With this order, everyone responded. The crowd was enraged and surged towards Li Qingshan like a black tide. "Ah, good." Li Qingshan punched and kicked. If one came he would beat one, if two came he would beat a pair. When the soldiers got within 5 steps of him they were all sent flying. They flew over everyone's heads and fell back into the crowd. Even though Li Qingshan was in a weakened state, he wasn't someone these soldiers could touch. In his eyes they were just going to stand up and let him hit them one by one. At first he was still thinking about his moves, how he should punch, where he should kick, but in the end he just swung his fists randomly. Relying on his innate divine ability, the strength of the earth, he purposely held back his strength. He was here to vent his anger, not to kill, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. That commandant gradually felt that something was wrong. This soldier was too strong. In just a short while he had already sent hundreds of people flying, but he was still full of energy and didn't show any signs of weakness. Furthermore, none of the people he sent flying were killed or seriously injured. Some could even get up and rush back to the arena. He was obviously being merciful. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many soldiers with his bare hands. He couldn't fly or kill them. It was even more impossible for him to be so skillful. These soldiers weren't ordinary mountain bandits. They were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles and were much stronger than ordinary chi practitioners. Moreover, they were organized and disciplined. They knew how to cooperate with each other and advance and retreat together. Many of them were already using weapons, but they weren't in military formations. Otherwise, even if a golden core cultivator was trapped in a formation, he would be cut into pieces and wouldn't be able to escape. A brigade commander whispered, "Commandant, he can't be Li. Shu, go and report to the Legion commander." The commandant's heart was pounding. If it really was that guy, then he wasn't someone a mere commandant like him could deal with. If he beat him up along the way, there would be no way to reason with him. Who should I report to? Both of you. There were many people on the drill ground who understood. The soldiers might be weak, but they weren't stupid. Very soon, many people guessed Li Qingshan's identity. The commotion here was too great and had long since alarmed the entire city. Everyone rushed to spread the news. The general crawling on the ground is beating someone up. Chapter 1469. Bad news travels 1,000 miles while good news never goes out. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about the crawling general. He was basically the most powerful person below the human emperor. At this time, the 108 drill grounds inside and outside of Black Cloud City were all holding martial arts competitions. The soldiers' movements were basically unrestricted. With the hundreds of camps and the Roaring Thunder formation, they were not afraid of sneak attacks from the demon domain at all. If the demon emperor dared to leave the army and come alone, even 10 of them would die here, let alone one. So when the news spread, everyone felt they had to watch it. Last time, hundreds of thousands of demon people's corpses piled up on the drill ground, and the crawling general made a bet with Li Liehua. Many people already regretted not watching it. In particular, in the drill grounds closest to the drill ground, the people on the stage were still fighting, but the audience below had all run away. Looking at the edge of the drill ground, the captains and the brigade commanders had also disappeared. The two looked at each other and stopped fighting. "Brother, let's go and have a look too. Without the captain's judgment, it's useless to fight." "Okay, brother, please. Why don't you go first?" "Why should I go first?" The whistling sound became louder and louder. "Okay, let's go together." "Okay. 1, 2, 3. On the tower beside the drill ground, the supervising captain saw the situation was getting worse and worse. He was so anxious. After waiting for a long time, the brigade commander finally reported to him. He asked hurriedly, "What did the eldest senior brother say?" The eldest senior brother said, "Let him fight." "What about the eldest senior sister? What does she think?" "The eldest senior sister, she's leaning on the window to watch. And she seemed to be very happy." "What?" The captain was stunned for a moment before he understood. Looking in the direction of the Xuanwu Hall, he vaguely saw Chao Tianjiao. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to her. Looking at the drill ground again, the arena was drowned by the sea of people. Li Qingshan stood among thousands of people like a towering wall. No matter how the waves hit him, he remained unmoved and defeated all the enemies with ease. Seeing people surging in from all directions, the shouts of, "The crawling general is fighting," echoed in the streets and alleys. He was amused and annoyed at the same time. He took off his helmet and shouted, "The crawling general is here. Who dares to fight me?" The drill ground was silent, and the surging tide also stopped. The fists and weapons of the soldiers charging in front of him stopped in mid-air, looking at each other in dismay. Even if he was a crawling general, he was still a general, and his status was far from what ordinary soldiers could reach. Li Qingshan mocked, "What? You only dare to bully the foot soldiers, and now you're terrified after seeing the general?" 10,000 people were enraged, glaring angrily and gnashing their teeth. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "Kill!" A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, and the momentum was like a landslide. Kill. Courage was the soul of an army, and glory was the soul of an army. You can let them die, but you can't call them cowards. Just now they did not dare to act rashly. He wasn't afraid of how strong Li Qingshan was, but he was worried about his identity as a general. Military law was strict. Their ranks were clear and could not be offended lightly. But at this stage it was unbearable. The training they received was not to avoid danger, but to fight to the death without retreating. They used their flesh and blood to surround and kill the demon kings and demon monarchs, creating opportunities for their own generals. There were demon emperors who died at the hands of foot soldiers. Even though they paid the price of the human emperor's death, the entire army was almost wiped out. Not to mention that Li Qingshan was just a Yin spirit cultivator. Even if he was a human emperor or a demon emperor, they would dare to fight. Li Qingshan felt the pressure increase, and his expression changed slightly. Such a tragic and decisive aura. Is this the war of the 6 paths of reincarnation? And this was because most of them did not have any armor or weapons. They did not have any generals to form battle formations, or flags or battle drums to gather the military aura. If they were to wear armor and hold weapons, form battle formations, and gather the military aura, how imposing would it be? He could not help but feel more respect for these ordinary soldiers. Moreover, on the real battlefield where the 2 regions intersect, cultivators would be greatly affected. It was not strange for them to die at their hands. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I must not be careless. Once the army was formed, every ordinary soldier felt fearless, and their strength multiplied. They rushed towards Li Qingshan regardless of anything, advancing wave after wave, not afraid of death. And fresh troops from outside the drill ground were endless, and gradually entered within 5 steps of Li Qingshan. Originally, every battalion had its own organization, especially the Scorching Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion, which were even more distinct and competitive. Now that they heard that their opponent was the crawling general Li Qingshan, and that his words were so infuriating, they actually broke the organization and joined forces. Chao Qinjiao chuckled and said, "The unity of Black Cloud City depends on you. Lieutenant, how dare you? Does this guy really think that there is no one in my army?" The supervising lieutenant squatted in a corner of the drill ground, and the brigade marshals formed a circle to express their admiration. He was the one who shouted the first kill. In order to avoid being resented by Li Qingshan, they deliberately shifted their strategy to this place. He tried to guess the intentions of the 2 corps commanders, especially the eldest senior brother Li Liehua, because he was from the Scorching Inferno Legion. The corps commander must hate Li Qingshan to the core and must want to teach this guy a lesson. That way it wouldn't count as ganging up on a general. He actually wants to fight against an army by himself. He really hasn't seen a battle before. It's a pity that we didn't prepare and couldn't form a battle formation. Otherwise he would be in serious trouble. The supervising lieutenant hammered the ground and stood up. "Fuck him. You guys go contact the sergeants and captains and form a battle formation to face the enemy. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he won't know what military prestige is. I want him to walk in and crawl out again." "Yes, sir." The brigade marshals received the order. In just a moment, the soldiers began to form the most basic battle formation. They were no longer in a mess. If one looked down from the sky, they could clearly see that the formation was formed one after another. 5 people in a group, 10 in a shank, and then 100 in a squad. It was as if the cells were forming muscles and bones, until they became a giant war beast. Once the battle formation was formed, the military energy started to condense. The pressure Li Qingshan felt increased. Originally, there were many soldiers, but only a few could actually squeeze in front of him. No matter how angry and anxious the people at the back were, they could only watch. Now it was different. There were fewer people squeezing in front of him. They pulled apart and cooperated with each other. If that was all, it would be fine. But when the military energy gathered on them, they were no longer fighting alone. They would no longer be fighting alone, and the army would be with them. On the other hand, the air seemed to have thickened for Li Qingshan, and his movements were sluggish. Although he was still fighting one person at a time, the amount of energy needed to send one person flying had increased by more than 10 times. His fists were starting to become sluggish. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the army closed in on Li Qingshan. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Suppress him. The soldiers pounced on him. Some hugged his legs, some grabbed his waist, and some grabbed his shoulders. In an instant, they formed a small mountain, pressing Li Qingshan under it. "We won." The soldiers cheered. A burst of laughter came from inside the small mountain. Chapter 1470. His laughter was very carefree. Buried deep in the sea of people, Li Qingshan's fighting spirit was ignited. He felt his weakness disappear a little. Hee, other people recover by resting, but I recover by fighting. With a loud shout, Li Qingshan waved his arms and collapsed. Hundreds of soldiers flew out, leaving only Li Qingshan in the arena. His black hair fluttered in the wind and snow. The smile on his face was wild and arrogant, like a child's mischievousness. His eyes shone brightly as he looked down the dueling ring in high spirits. If he was just venting his anger on a whim earlier, then now, it was as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Bang 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 bang. The soldiers fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect him to be so strong. Just now, the pressure on Li Qingshan was not only limited to these hundreds of people, but also the condensed military chi of the entire army. He easily broke through it, and the morale of the army was shaken. Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. He is alone." Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized that it was the supervisory colonel just now. They were indeed an elite army that had experienced hundreds of battles. The morale of the army quickly stabilized, and the military chi condensed again. In this small drill ground, there were already 20 to 30,000 people gathered. The surrounding barracks, streets, walls and trees were all filled with people. There were close to 100,000 people and they were all fresh troops. Very good. This way I can play for a while longer. Li Qingshan licked his lips and smiled. Alone? With a shake of his body, black shadows appeared, and they all turned into Li Qingshan's image. They were his thought clones and there were more than 100 of them. The clones either advanced or retreated, but they never left Li Qingshan's side. In the blink of an eye they formed a battle formation. I know military formations and whatnot too. Li Qingshan had done a lot of homework before coming here. Military formations were one of them. This was not a secret. Although there were many variations in military formations, they could not be compared to the complexity of formations. The key was in the training of the soldiers and the coordination of the various departments. The better the training, the better the coordination. The more stable the army's morale was, the more condensed the army's morale would be. What could be more tacit than the cooperation between clones? After the formation of the army, even though it was only a formation of 100 people, it had the aura of a magnificent army with tens of thousands of men and horses, able to contend with an army of 10,000. Cao Qinjiao raised her eyebrows slightly. Clone into formation. This move was not created by Li Qingshan. Any cultivator skilled in the art of cloning would consider how to organize weak clones to fight against powerful enemies. Clones forming a formation was the simplest and fastest choice. But in the end, these cultivators would find that while this move looked powerful, it had many limitations. First of all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. The scale of the army formation would also be limited, and it would take a lot of mental energy to maintain it. It might be better to cast some other spells. Secondly, it was not suitable for fights of magical powers. Although the military formation was powerful, it moved slowly and had a limited attack range. Unless it was a head-on collision, the enemy just needed to keep a distance and wait for the military formation to collapse on its own. Even using it for defense was like drinking poison to quench thirst. So this move was not very common, but it was very suitable for Li Qingshan at this moment. He ordered, "Charge." He finally had a taste of what it felt like to be a great general. As the commander-in-chief, he took the lead and the 100-man formation charged against the army of 10,000. In an instant, it was as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Everywhere they passed, countless enemies screamed and flew into the air. Like a sharp plow plowing deep into the ground, the enemy's loose formation could not stop his charge. Most importantly, the enemy did not have a commander-in-chief. The strongest among them was only a lieutenant, and the difference in strength between them was not just a little bit. In other words, there was no one who could last one round. The general was the courage of the army. An army without a general was like a beast without claws and teeth. No matter how big their physique was, the power they could use was extremely limited. Before the commandant regained his senses, Li Qingshan had already charged in front of him and crushed him. He lay on the ground, breathing weakly, his body covered in footprints. Cao Qinjiao watched as Li Qingshan ran amok on the drill ground. She sighed in her heart. If this was on the battlefield, this would be a one-sided massacre. Although it was because there was no commander-in-chief to hold the line and he did not have any armor or weapons, it was obvious that the lad did not fight seriously. Furthermore, he was still injured and weak. With his strong physique and that mysterious spirit, he could fight the enemy head-on and sneak an attack. If not for so many grudges, he would definitely be a strong ally. He would definitely be of great help in the future battles. As long as he does not fall along the way, how difficult would it be to become a direct disciple? Thinking about the 30-year bet, she laughed lightly. Lad, even I want to kill you in the cradle. Of course this was just a joke. Regardless if it was her or Li Laihua, they would not have such a motive. Relying on oppressing the latecomers to maintain one's position was a form of extreme stupidity and weakness. It would only weaken one's willpower. They had absolute confidence in moving forward. Even if they wanted to kill Li Qingshan, it would only be for revenge or to vent their anger. It would not be because of such despicable thoughts. But we cannot let him continue like this. Otherwise, the morale of the army will be gone. Chao Qinjiao was about to make a move when she saw a monk rushing over from outside the drill ground. He said loudly, "Under the orders of Abbot Yangon, I invite General Li Qingshan to the Pure Land Temple." His voice was as loud as a bell. The soldiers were shocked and surprised. The abbot is awake? Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The experience at the Pure Land Temple not long ago had left him with lingering fear. Furthermore, the monk who came to invite him was the protector monk who wanted to block his path. He said invite, but his face was filled with anger. That day he was chased away by Li Qingshan with a single word. It was a great humiliation to him. If not for Abbot Yangon's orders, he would have come to settle the score with Li Qingshan and wash away his humiliation. Li Qingshan dispersed his doppelgangers and leaped up. He smiled and asked, "So it's you? What did Abbot Yangon call me for?" "I don't know." The protector monk said coldly. "In any case it's nothing good." Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. "What did you say? Say it again." The protector monk was furious. "In any case it's nothing good." "I said it again. If you have the ability, come and hit me." The protector monk clenched his arms bowl-sized fists. His muscles bulged and his veins popped. However, Abbot Yangon had instructed him not to make a move. He suppressed his anger and shouted, "Are you going or not?" "Of course, why not?" Li Qingshan felt that his strength had recovered a little. As the saying goes, you can hide for the first time but you can't hide forever. They were in the same city. Was he supposed to retreat? Anyway, the monk's injuries were definitely more serious than his. He reckoned that the monk would not be able to make a move on him for a while. Furthermore, he was prepared this time. He hid a skull prayer bead in his bosom. Little and wanted him to take it. He would not let someone slap him for nothing. Leaving the injured soldiers lying on the drill ground, Li Qingshan calmly left under the gaze of 100,000 soldiers. He came to the front of the Pure Land Temple. To be continued. Chapter 1471. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and prepared himself for battle. He stepped into the Pure Land Temple. Bypassing the Mahavira Hall, the winding path led to a secluded place with deep flowers and trees. Abbot Yangon personally welcomed him outside the meditation room. Li Qingshan was shocked because Abbot Yangon looked even more spirited than him. His face was ruddy and his eyes were full of vigor. His white eyebrows had turned black and his white beard was gone. The wrinkles on his face had reduced by a lot. He was like a withered tree that had come back to life. He had clearly suffered such a serious injury, but this Pure Land sect was too awesome. Could Buddha be his father? Abbot Yangon smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't slander the Buddha." Li Qingshan's heart trembled, and the joy he felt from battling the army vanished without a trace. He was not an opponent for Abbot Rangoon in this state. Not only had his appearance become younger, but his spirit had also risen to a whole new level. His eyes could practically see through a person's heart. He put his palms together and bowed. He looked up and said, "Abbot, why did you call me here?" Abbot Yangon looked at him and sighed, "You really haven't changed." Li Qingshan heard this and anger rose in his heart. This bald donkey caused me so much trouble, and he still dares to say such words. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. This is the only way to eliminate the great freedom heavenly demon elephant. Of course, this is also my intention to hide it. Amitabha, I have sinned, please forgive me. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and bowed to apologize. Li Qingshan dodged and didn't accept the bow. What was wrong with this monk? Could it be that he was plotting something again? I was opportunistic and worshipped the Buddha. I can't blame anyone else. Master helped me and harmed me. Our grudges are settled now. Abbot Yangon smiled and said, "Do you think I want to harm you again?" Li Qingshan didn't stand on ceremony. "It's nothing good anyway." Abbot Yangon suddenly became serious. "I asked you to come because I want to ask you something. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism?" How sudden. Li Qingshan took a step back and called out, "I knew it wouldn't be anything good. He would be better off dead than converting to some bullshit god or Buddha." Abbot Yangon's eyes shone. "You haven't answered me yet." "Thank you. If you don't want to, can I go now?" "I'm warning you, don't stop me from leaving. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Appearance sect." "Ah, of course not. Converting to Buddhism is something that you and I are willing to do. How can you force yourself to drink water?" Li Qingshan's face was immediately filled with suspicion. Just a few days ago his head was almost crushed. Abbot Yangon felt a little awkward. He explained, "At that time I still saw you as half an enemy, so, what difference does it make now?" Abbot Yangon said sternly, "Now I know that you are fated with Buddha." Li Qingshan said, "Those words sound familiar to me. You might not believe it, but I received a revelation from Buddha while I was unconscious." Abbot Yangon raised his index finger. He pointed upwards. Li Qingshan was shocked. This was not the doomsday prophecy of those evil cultists in his previous life. Could be true. If it was true, then it would really be the end of the world. He asked carefully, "Buddha personally descended to the mortal world? How could that be?" Abbot Yangon laughed. "Buddha spoke to you?" "No." Abbot Yangon shook his head. "Buddha told you my name?" "No." "What kind of revelation is this?" Li Qingshan's heart returned to his stomach. This bald donkey was just bluffing. Abbot Yangon's face was intoxicated. Because of this, it is called a revelation. Otherwise, Buddha's true appearance is not something that we can see. Buddha's mantra is something that we can bear. Li Qingshan grinned. Fanatics were really disgusting. You're not dreaming, are you? It's similar to a dream. For example, dream omen. The path of great freedom and Mahayana Buddhism are completely incompatible, so you can continue dreaming. I'll take my leave. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and was about to leave. Wait, the revelation I received wasn't just in a dream, it was also on your body. Abbot Yangon pointed at Li Qingshan with his finger that was pointing at the sky. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at himself. What do I have on my body? You have a merciful heart. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. I've done so many bad things in my life. Before I came, I beat up tens of thousands of people. But none of them were seriously injured. The ground was littered with soldiers lying on the ground. Military doctors went to and fro treating them. They found out that most of them had light injuries and in the end they were just broken bones. With the medical methods of the cultivation path, they would recover quickly. Of course, Li Qingshan held back. If not, he would have blown someone up with a single punch and the ground would have turned into a river of blood. However, Cao Qinjiao would definitely come to stop him. He wouldn't be able to play to his heart's content, and in the end he would be punished by military law. Li Liehua had something on him. He didn't pretend to be a good person and said calmly, I just had some misgivings. Abbot Yangon asked, if you don't have those misgivings, will you go on a killing spree? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned and shook his head, of course not. They only said a few bad things about me behind my back, there's no need to kill them. Abbot Yangon said cheerfully, in your eyes they are still people. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and in the eyes of many cultivators, they are no longer people. Not to mention cultivators, in the eyes of many mortals, they are no longer people. Ah, merciful heart. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Then do you know how many innocent people I have killed? If necessary I will still kill. He felt that it was somewhat sad and ironic. If he had a merciful heart, then wouldn't a certain head of state be a Buddha? Buddha has a saying, put down the butcher's knife, and become a Buddha. Li Qingshan was even more disdainful. This is called killing to prove one's Tao? Good people can't become Buddha, but bad people can. Oh, I understand, people who hold the butcher's knife are still strong enough after all. As long as they are willing to convert to Buddhism, they can immediately become high-level thugs and contribute to Buddhism. Of course, they are more useful than those weak and easy-to-bully good people. It seems that I still have to kill more people in the future. At this point, his face was full of ridicule, completely ignoring that he was in the Pure Land Temple, facing Arhat Urgwa who was stronger than him. Not really. Abbot Yangon shook his head. The so-called kindness of ordinary people is mostly because they are weak and can't stand up to the slightest test. If they are given uncontrollable power and let to do whatever they want, they will also become butchers and devils. Even if they don't have power, they will blame the heavens and others and refuse to admit their mistakes, so it is difficult for all living beings. Cultivators and upper echelons are just mortals in the first place. You must have seen many of their faces and heard many of their slogans. Perhaps they regard mortals as ants, trampling and destroying them is not a sin. Or perhaps they regard the people as lambs, born to be at their mercy. Their butcher's knife not only kills people, but also destroys the mercy in their hearts. Everything is just to make themselves feel at ease. Suddenly he asked Li Qingshan, why do you have to suffer? Li Qingshan was silent. Chapter 1472. The wind was whistling and the sky was hazy. The morning bell and evening drum, the ancient temple is deep. The ubiquitous statues of Buddha Stupa listened quietly, as if waiting for his answer. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He spread his arms, which seemed to be stained with blood and entwined with vengeful spirits. He had left the mountain village, entered the Jianghu and fought in the 9 states. In the world of the 5 continents, there had been 100 years of war and countless people had been killed. He had been hacked into pieces and had his body torn to pieces. When had he ever been free of calamity and fear? It was as if he was treading on thin ice, as if he was facing an abyss. If he was not careful, his soul would scatter. Even today his life was still hanging by a thread. If this was said to a mortal, they would probably be shocked and would rather be a rich man. Abbot Rangoon was full of confidence. Even if his words could not completely convince Li Qingshan, it would at least make him reflect. In the future, as long as we slowly guide them, we will be able to convert them to Buddhism. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. His smile widened and turned into a loud laugh. His voice shook the ancient temple and startled the jackdaws. "Fellow Taoist, why are you laughing?" "Too weak." "What?" "I'm laughing at how weak all of you are. You're no different from those fellows who view all living beings as ants." "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist?" Yangon frowned. Li Qingshan said, "Because you can't bear the pain in your heart, you have to abandon your good thoughts, you have to lay down the butcher's knife. Both are distorting your heart, but what's the difference? One is evil, the other is good. How can there be no difference? To me there is no difference." Li Qingshan clenched his fists, raised his head and raised his eyebrows. His expression changed. Stubborn, violent, foolish, like a bull, like a tiger, like an ape. After going through so many trials and tribulations, he was no longer that ignorant and confused boy from a mountain village. Abbot Yangon suddenly realized how arduous his task was. This child's heart is as firm as iron. I'm afraid words won't be able to sway him. However, there was another layer of admiration. To be able to see one's own nature and stay true to one's heart, one's comprehension was already very impressive in the Zen sect. It was a pity that one did not know the Mahayana Buddhism. "Amit Ba, you're mistaken, fellow Taoist." It was as if he was the emperor of the human world and was extremely wealthy, but he still had to lead the life of a beggar. This was not strength. It was stupidity. With your root of wisdom and comprehension, as long as you let go of your obsession, you will be able to eliminate all suffering and you will be reborn in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Li Qingshan laughed and said, "Be compassionate." Demonic thoughts were suppressed from within. With a butcher's knife in hand, he slaughtered his enemies. Why go to the pure land of ultimate bliss? The world will not tolerate your actions. Abbot Yangon frowned and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. It's not tolerated by the Buddhists. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that compared to the Vinaya school, Zen school and Tantra school, the Pure Land school's philosophy seemed to be the most gentle and open, advocating equality of all beings and everyone could become Buddha. However, it was also the harshest and most radical. The Vinaya school was strict with its own disciples, the Zen school was too aloof, and the Tantric school, as the name suggested, was even more so. In order to achieve the great goal of delivering all living beings from suffering and establishing the Buddhist kingdom on earth, the Pure Land school had set up the Buddhist kingdom on earth. All dissidents were enemies. If you can't convert him, you must. It was the same as his win people over by virtue. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. It was no coincidence that he appeared in the demonic domain battlefield. And the white bone bodhisattva who created the path of white bone and great beauty was most likely from the Pure Land school. If little N was discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Amit Ba. Abbot Yangon put his palms together, he did not conceal anything. Our Buddha Tathagata also roars like a lion. Even though all kinds of evil spirits are proud of themselves for a moment, you can't escape the burning of karmic fire. Li Qingshan was never one to be threatened. Those who kill will be killed. Since I killed, I was prepared to be killed. I do not seek bliss, nor do I seek eternal life. How can you convert me, monk? Abbot Yangon was silent. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and turned to leave. After a long while, Abbot Yangon sighed, "Difficult, difficult." Li Qingshan walked out of the monastery, his mind clear. He cursed, "That bald donkey tricked me again." Unknowingly his mind was affected. His mind was actually affected. If not for his strong will, he might really have wavered. This was not strange. Even ordinary temples would intentionally create an atmosphere to influence those ordinary people, let alone an ancient monastery like the Pure Land Temple that had Arhat Duogwa presiding over it. Speaking of which, this was definitely a method of the demonic path. However, even if he returned to question Abbot Yangon, it would be useless. This was the principle of the Mahayana Buddhism. There was a parable of 3 chariots in the sutra. It described a house on fire and children were playing in it. In order to save them, Buddha told them that there was a goat cart outside. The children ran out to take a look, but there was no goat cart. Instead, there was a large white ox cart which made them very happy. The house on fire was the burning residence, the children were the living beings, and the large white ox cart was the Mahayana Buddhism, praising Buddha for being benevolent and good at guiding the people of the world. The monks below followed suit. As long as it was helpful in passing down the teachings, monks do not lie, was all nonsense. Of course, those who were enlightened would be grateful and wouldn't think that they were being lied to. However, if a child saw the door and shouted, "Bald donkey is lying. Where's the goat cart?" he would most likely be slapped. "You talk too much." Li Qingshan touched his cheek. "I'd better stay away from these guys in the future." He had caused a ruckus in the military tournament, but no one came to find trouble with him. "I have nothing to do even if I go back now. They think I've gone far away, so I'm going to make a comeback." However, he had just swept through the drill ground, so there was no point in going back. Therefore, he decided to break up the whole thing. Turning into a small alley, he took out sets of armor from his sumaru ring. These were all standard military equipment that he had bought from the quartermaster department for the sake of the doppelganger formation plan. Soon, one after another, Li Qingshan came out of the alley and dispersed into Black Cloud City. He wanted to know who else dared to speak ill of him. In the small tavern, a few soldiers discussed how the crawling general, Li Qingshan, had wreaked havoc in the military drill grounds with their spittle flying everywhere. Just as they were getting carried away, a lowly soldier rushed over while chanting, "Long live Li Qingshan." He punched and kicked them, drinking all their alcohol along the way. As Li Qingshan's cultivation gradually recovered, the number of thought doppelgangers also increased. There were quite a few people who spoke ill of him. Hundreds of such incidents happened every day. Everyone in the city called it, making a ruckus with Li Qingshan. Chao Qinjiao was completely speechless. All the generals demanded that he be severely punished because it was too degrading and made them lose face. However, it was better to prevent the public from speaking out than to prevent a river from flowing. Li Qingshan's shameless behavior was soon countered by the soldiers. Many people went to the street to curse and fight with his doppelgangers. They also set up all kinds of ambushes and sneak attacks. Sometimes, as soon as he rushed out, he was surrounded by dozens of fully armed and orderly soldiers. Then it would be a chaotic battle. However, as long as no commandant or brigade commander intervened, Li Qingshan wouldn't do anything himself. After all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. Sometimes he didn't have enough time to help. Unfortunately, one of his doppelgangers was killed and left behind a suit of armor. Li Qingshan didn't care about such a small loss. He didn't feel ashamed when he was defeated by the soldiers. Instead, he enjoyed it. Unconsciously, the ape demon transformation began to change. To be continued. Chapter 1473. Snow fluttered in the wind. Li Qingshan stood cross-legged on top of the limestone tower. His eyes were bright, and his lips were curled up like an ape. The ape demon transformation's technique was ape demon moon reaching emptiness. The origin of the ape demon's power was also emptiness. Although this emptiness was not the real emptiness, only emptiness could contain the earth, fire, wind, and water to form a world of its own. Ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix returned to their respective positions. Qilin walked and plants grew. The importance of the ape demon moon reaching art was self-evident, especially now that the ape demon transformation was stuck at the 4th level. Due to the lack of emptiness, all other transformations could not surpass it. Apart from the Qilin transformation, which could be improved due to its lower cultivation, the other transformations could not even unleash their original power. The small world was still in its embryonic form. Once the ape demon transformation broke through this shackle and reached the 5th level, not only would all the suppressed transformations be restored, but it would also mean that a brand new small world would be completely formed. It would no longer be restricted by the ape demon transformation. All the supernatural powers would be restored, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. And this was nothing. The ox demon transformation and tiger demon transformation that had been dormant for a long time could easily break through to the 6th level. Then he would comprehend new supernatural powers, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. At that moment, even he could not imagine what kind of power he would possess. Thus he had an idea. The Book of Freedom had another breakthrough, and he comprehended a new move out of thin air. Li Qingshan tilted his head and thought for a long time. This ape-demon transformation is too unreliable. To a certain extent, the ape-demon transformation was more difficult than the Qilin transformation. It could not be outsmarted or outmaneuvered. It all depended on one's temperament. If one did not change from stupidity and kept the moon in his heart, he would be able to advance triumphantly without any effort. Otherwise, it would be futile no matter how much effort he put in and meditated. But it's okay. My temperament is very good. Let me eat some snow to calm myself down. Li Qingshan squatted down and made a snowball. She rubbed a snowball and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. He seemed to have been startled by the sound. The window of the limestone tower suddenly opened. Hu Jigang poked his head out and roared, "Li Qingshan, get out of here." There were many gray stone towers in Black Cloud City. As the residence of the generals, it was clear that this wasn't the one he was in. "It's you?" Li Qingshan glanced at Hu Jigang, then grabbed a pile of snow and rubbed it into a strip. Then he coiled it into a plate. "Look, what's this?" Hu Jigang's eyes widened. He thought that he was referring to something else. "It's a snake? Idiot, it's shit, eat shit." Li Qingshan suddenly extended his arm and slapped the shit on Hu Jigang's face. Taking advantage of the situation, he leaped onto another tower, his laughter echoing from afar. Hu Jigang was lying on his back on the ground. His face was so red that it melted the snow. Blood was flowing out of his nose. The snowball that Li Qingshan had made was naturally harder than a rock. However, he did not chase after them for revenge. Instead, he trembled. In other people's eyes, it was just a mischievous slap. But how could he be so cooperative as to be a clown? That slap gave him the feeling of a huge avalanche. It was overwhelming and filled his field of vision. Not only could he not resist it, but he also had nowhere to run. At that moment, he almost thought that he was going to be slapped to death. But in the end, only his nose was bleeding, and he even felt lucky to have escaped death. This kid is really so strong? He found it hard to accept. He was a well-known figure in Black Cloud City, but he was so vulnerable. And what was most unacceptable was that this kid was far from his image of a strong man. How could a strong man rub snow into shit and slap it on someone's face? It was only a matter of time before he broke through the ape-demon transformation. Li Qingshan pressed his forehead. This should be the Book of Freedom, no, the strongest move of the Way of Freedom. It doesn't seem to be something that I can comprehend at my current level. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the Pure Land Temple. Although he had lost the Great Freedom Demon statue, which weakened many of his spells, this move alone was enough to make up for it. Hey, who cares? Tomorrow is the competition. I'll give it a try. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. The sky darkened and lit up again. Li Qingshan looked down at the Black Cloud City. There was a winding canyon, which looked like a giant dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It suddenly expanded under Black Cloud City like a dragon's head. This was the only way to attack Black Cloud City, and it had gone through countless bloody battles. This empty space was not formed naturally but the result of war. On both sides of the canyon were jagged rocks of strange shapes, which formed a natural lookout. It was also a tradition that the competition would be held here for many years. At this time, millions of soldiers had gathered. The mountains and plains were filled with people, but they were orderly. The fierce Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion stood on both sides of the canyon. Chao Tianhua shouted, "Li Qingshan, come here." His voice reverberated in the canyon, and the millions of soldiers were in an uproar. Then they heard a reply, "He's here." Everyone looked up at the sky. A black shadow fell from the sky, and with a loud bang rocks flew everywhere, landing in the middle of the canyon. A whistle came from somewhere and laughter spread out like ripples, echoing in the canyon. The atmosphere was a bit unusual. Someone shouted, "General crawling on the ground, come and hit me." Li Qingshan pointed at the crowd. "I see you. Just you wait." The crowd roared with laughter. However, this laughter was no longer mocking or malicious. It was more like a taunt to an old friend. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. His strength to defeat the millions of soldiers, his courage to admit defeat, his leniency, and even his arrogant and domineering attitude won the hearts of the crowd. Most importantly, he didn't treat them like ants, nor did he pretend to be close to them. Li Qingshan also laughed. He thought back to the time when he was commanding the Azura army in the Five Continents world. Chao Qinjiao and Li Liehua looked at each other across the canyon. They were both surprised and even felt that it was inconceivable. He had actually changed the morale of the army in such a short time. Could it be because of Abbot Yangon's awakening? Amit Ba. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and chanted in a low voice, full of regret. He had a kind of power to conquer people's hearts. If he was willing to convert to Buddhism, he would definitely be able to glorify Buddhism. Using virtue to win people over was not a lie. Chao Qingjiao interrupted, "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan clenched his fists. "Of course. I can't wait anymore." "Very good." Chao Qingjiao smiled. With a wave of her hand, a golden talisman returned to her hand. Li Qingshan heard a roar coming from the depths of the canyon. The cold wind assailed his nostrils and the earth trembled. A malevolent demon beast that looked like a horse but not a horse, or a wolf but not a wolf, rushed out from the depths of the canyon. Its huge body was distorted, and its blood-red eyes were crazily bloodthirsty. With a glance, it saw Li Qingshan standing alone in the middle of the canyon. Chapter 1474. Li Qingshan looked down at the ground motionlessly. Millions of eyes wandered back and forth between him and the demonic beast, marveling at the size of the demonic beast and secretly sweating for him. Even the generals did not have absolute confidence in defeating this demonic beast. Although the demonic beast did not have intelligence, it was unusually crazy. In this canyon where there was not much room to maneuver, they had to face it head-on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they not only had to win this battle, but they had to win beautifully to boost morale and strengthen the army. Taking a step back would be a humiliation. Why isn't he going up? Is he afraid? No, impossible. This kid isn't even afraid of the two corps commanders. Only Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao did not even look at the demonic beast. Their eyes only fell on Li Qingshan. They did not doubt that he would win this battle, but how would he win? Thinking back after so long of conflict, they had never seen him go all out. This was also a strange thing. In order to test Li Qingshan's strength, this demonic beast was carefully selected by Chao Tianjiao. It was a powerhouse among the demon emperors. "Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you have." In an instant, a huge shadow shrouded Li Qingshan. A bloody wind blew in his face and his black hair fluttered. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and saw a huge mouth full of fangs. He raised his right hand and casually drew a line from his forehead to his eyebrows. A vertical eye suddenly opened. It was dark and deep, trembling like a flame as it stared at the demonic beast. The magical beast trembled. Its eyes, which had been filled with madness and bloodlust, were now filled with fear. It did its best to stop its huge body and run far away from this terrifying man, especially those terrifying eyes. But it was too late. A black flame shot out. Before the demonic beast could even let out a cry, its huge body disintegrated and turned into dust. It was blown away by the wind from Li Qingshan's side. The canyon was dead silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Even Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao were shocked. Yangon was especially shocked. Not long ago he was almost killed by the same move. Although the difference in power was huge, the essence was completely the same. World-extinguishing divine fire. Has he actually comprehended the Tao of great freedom to such an extent? Li Qingshan retracted his vertical eye and looked at Chao Tianjiao. The corners of his mouth rose. That's it. Chao Tianjiao's expression was grave. This move was enough to threaten her. Perhaps she really should let him stay in Yaozhu's 100-herb garden to grow vegetables. Li Liehua cultivated the heavenly book of raging flames, and with raging flames as its name, he felt it even more deeply. He closed his eyes and silently comprehended, this kind of fire. There was no need to even mention the generals. In particular, those who had offended Li Qingshan in front of him in the past. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Every year, the opening battle of the grand martial competition of the entire army was a slaughter. It wasn't that there weren't any defeats, but there had never been such a thing. The powerful magical beast transformed by the demon emperor was actually obliterated in an instant. Many people didn't even understand what had happened. However, the goal of raising the morale of the army had indeed been achieved. General is mighty. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, a tsunami of cheers rushed to the sky, reverberating between the mountains. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his arms, accepting the cheers. He was also very happy. Not because he had defeated this stupid magical beast, but because among the humans' techniques, there was finally a powerful technique that was comparable to his innate divine ability. Although this move had exhausted the power of the Yin God, it was only the beginning. There would be a day when the world-extinguishing divine flame shot out from the vertical eye would burn a true powerful enemy. Still feeling unsatisfied, Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Who else?" The cheers gradually died down. No one answered. Chao Tianjiao said, "You can go down now." "I said I want to fight 10. Li Qingshan laughed, "I know there are many people who are unhappy with me. What, you only dare to gossip behind my back? Don't be afraid, I won't use this move." Chao Tianjiao sneered, "You can only use this move." After the shock, she realized that this move was very powerful, and it must have consumed a lot of energy. With Li Qingshan's realm, it was impossible for him to use it continuously. So what? There's still no one. Li Qingshan did not hide it. The pocket dimension was the real source of his power. His Yin God was hiding in the pocket dimension, and its power was recovering rapidly. "Amitabha, let this poor monk have a taste of the crawling general's skill." The guardian monk's voice was like a bell descending from the sky. His upper body was half bent, and his muscles were tight, faintly emitting a golden light, like the guardian of the temple. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and laughed, "You're courting death." "Ah!" The guardian monk roared, his voice was like thunder, and a circle of golden ripples was released. The air around Li Qingshan, and the sand and stones under his feet were all shaken up, and the wind and sand were everywhere. Li Qingshan's ears were buzzing and his eyes flashed. The guardian monk pounced on him like a mad tiger, and a pair of big hands pierced through the wind and sand, holding his shoulders tightly. Li Qingshan felt a pressure, as if he had met his natural enemy. His eyes looked over the head of the guardian monk, and saw a Luohan appeared behind him. The Luohan had a face full of curly beard, and his clothes were half open, and he was riding a fierce tiger. The Pure Land sect did not rely on themselves but borrowed the power of the gods. The Luohan that the guardian monk worshipped gave him boundless power, and no one could stop him. Luohan subduing the tiger. The guardian monk angrily exerted force, but Li Qingshan did not move an inch. Instead, his smile became wider. This was the so-called showing off in front of an expert. The guardian monk's expression changed, and he felt like he was shaking a mountain. Not to mention a corner of his strength, even his determination was shaken. Crouching Tiger Luohan. Li Qingshan stretched out his arms, and hugged the waist of the guardian monk. With a pull of his arms, he pulled the guardian monk up from the ground. The guardian monk's face turned red, and his waist felt like it was going to be broken. His bones creaked and his vision became blurry. The crouching Tiger Luohan behind him also disappeared. "You're not good enough to compete with me in strength." Li Qingshan did a fall down, and the guardian monk's head was planted into the ground. It was still one move. And this move was clearly seen by everyone. It was not a particularly brilliant move, but rather, it was to let the opponent make the first move, and then use absolute strength to crush it and once again shock the audience. Li Qingshan said, "Next. Old Hu will fight you." Hu Jigang jumped out. It was one thing to not win, but it was another to be scared to the point that he did not dare to fight. Once he had fear, it would definitely affect his cultivation. But he kept a very far distance from Li Qingshan and thought to himself, "This kid's physique is strong, fighting him in close combat is simply courting death. Wait for my Yin spirit to come out and I'll use spells to fight him." Looking around, he did not see any trace of Li Qingshan. His heart trembled and his eyes widened. Finally, he saw a blurry figure, and it was already within 10 steps of him. He was shocked and did not dare to use his Yin spirit to come out. He quickly pulled out his sword and prepared to attack instead of defend, but he felt his waist tighten. "It's over." With a bang, Li Qingshan fell again. Although the illusion evasion technique was weakened, it was still not a problem to bully such an opponent. Chapter 1475. The sun was high up in the sky and the sunlight was slanting down. White snow and icy rocks were sparkling. Li Qingshan had planted another big onion. Cheers surged like waves. The soldiers couldn't care less about anything else. All they could see was his naked strength. The generals had thought of all kinds of ways to restrain him, thinking that they could overwhelm him by fighting him continuously. However, he broke through them with brute force, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Who else? Li Qingshan brushed the dust off his hands. His exhaustion was gone, and the demonic ape was ready to make a move. He was close to the critical point. However, no one responded. The generals had almost been beaten up by him. The remaining female generals of the Xuanwu army were worried that Li Qingshan would not give them face and beat them up. Now they simply gave up. They discussed with each other, "No wonder he's so daring. He's so skilled. This strength is enough to show disdain for all the myriad nature sect's inner disciples. I heard that he has just passed the fourth heavenly tribulation. Not simple at all. What, is the old woman also in love? I really want to bite him now. Chao Qingjiao glanced at them and they all fell silent. They looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan, you can go down now. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, am I the champion? Chao Qingjiao rolled her eyes. You're the champion. The champion was the champion of the three armies. It was originally a competition among the generals, so of course he was the well-deserved champion. Li Qingshan jumped and flew toward Chao Qingjiao. Chao Qingjiao frowned and clenched her fists. He flew past her and came to the female generals behind her. He said with a smile, who wants to bite me? The female generals didn't dare to answer him. Chao Qingjiao exuded a murderous aura. She clenched her teeth and said word by word, do you want to die? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a single leap, he vanished from Black Cloud City. The tournament was finally over. No one in Black Cloud City dared to look down on the crawling general anymore. As for the champion, Li Qingshan, naturally it was another contribution. On the list of versatility, Li Qingshan's ranking rose once again, and he was now in the middle of the inner disciples, causing another round of exclamations in the square. He was like a rising star. No one could stop him. Luan Ming Fangle Tian looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and clicked his tongue in wonder. Dark, it's really dark. I'm afraid those guys' faces have already turned black. Pai Yangqiu raised his glass and smiled, I really want to see their expressions now. Even eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister couldn't do anything to him. I really have to hand it to him. Commissariat General, the true disciples who had sent Li Qingshan to the battlefield had gathered together. Their expressions were a little ugly. Guxing spread his hands. You want me to think of a way, but what can I do? If those two couldn't suppress him, who else could? If he becomes a true disciple, how will we get along with each other in the future? The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling a little annoyed. Heavens, Spirit Venerable Guihai had been paying attention to Li Qingshan's news all the time. Every time he did something, it seemed to be unexpected but also reasonable. He was related to those great sages. It would be strange if he didn't do something. He repeatedly pondered the message that old man of heavenly book sent from the ninth heaven. There were only 4 short words, wait and see. He calculated for a long time, but still failed to figure out the meaning behind these 4 words. He could only follow the surface meaning and wait and see. Master is in charge of the imperial study for the celestial emperor. He has sharp ears and eyes and is very knowledgeable. It's not something a spirit immortal like me can understand. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. I'll just obey. This was the gap between realm and status. No matter how many books he read, he could not make up for it. But that kid is on the battlefield. No one will send me books to read again. In the herb garden, it was still a scene of birds singing and flowers fragrant. The breeze was gentle and it was full of spring. A golden-red phoenix stood high on a gold-leafed Bodhi tree and sang. Flocks of spirit birds flew here and there along with his clear and melodious song. He had already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. With his extraordinary talent and accumulation, the process could be said to be without danger. After that, he took on the job left behind by Li Qingshan. Although he did not know any cloning techniques, there was an ancient saying, 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. He was born to be able to command birds. He especially bought some spiritual birds from the spiritual beast garden. With his experience as the king of feather people and king of mutants, he could be said to be able to command calmly. He also played a part in Li Qingshan's climb up the list of versatility. Ruan Yaozhu looked at this scene and teased, Jiu Air, he's much more useful than you. The 9-colored deer said, Humph, then why don't you change your mount? Speaking of mounts, Ruan Yaozhu inexplicably thought of Li Qingshan again. Her face turned slightly red and she sighed in her heart, that's a more suitable place for him. I hope he and eldest senior sister can forget about the past. Li Qingshan. Chao Tianjiao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Eldest senior sister, why are you here? A woman's voice came from inside the bed. Impressively, it was the female general who wanted to bite Li Qingshan during the tournament. After the end of the tournament, Li Qingshan continued to wander around the city, looking for an opportunity to break through to the 5th layer of demonic ape. However, no one challenged him anymore. This kind of thing could not be forced, so he could only give up. However, it was not without gains. High official Li, who had mastered the 5 great skills of Pan Donkey and Deng Xiaoxian, found a few gentle places. What's the matter now? Li Qingshan opened his eyes and turned around lazily. The blanket slid off his body, revealing his robust body. He was completely naked. Follow me, I have a mission. Chao Qinjiao turned a blind eye to him and turned around to leave. Li Qingshan immediately got up, put on his clothes and followed. He did not miss the gentle places behind him at all. The female general giggled and said, "Little devil, come and play again when you have time." "I know." In the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Qinjiao went straight to the point. "I want you to go and investigate the cold blood pass again." "I thought it was something big. It's just a small matter. You can just send someone to inform me. Why do you have to come in person? Could it be that you want to take advantage of me?" Li Qingshan stretched his neck and twisted his head. Although the great Freedom Sky Demon statue was erased, after a period of cultivation, the Book of Freedom and Hallucination Escaping Method had improved again. During this period of time, he did not just indulge in the gentle places. "I will go with you. You cover me with your own spirit," Chao Qinjiao said sternly. Winter was about to pass and a new round of killing would begin. However, the things that happened in the cold blood pass always made her feel a little uneasy. She had to investigate it clearly. This was her duty as the commander of an army. It was above her personal grievances. Although she could hide her aura, she was not skilled at concealing herself. Once the demon folk raised their guard, it would be very easy for her to be exposed. When Li Qingshan used the hallucination escaping method during the martial arts competition, she had already made up her mind. Li Qingshan also became serious. He tried to persuade her, "Don't tell me you're planning another assassination. It's not like the demon folk are stupid. You made such a big fuss last time, so how can they not be on guard?" "It's not an assassination. It's just an investigation," Chao Qinjiao explained to him in an extremely rare moment. "If it's just an investigation, I might as well go alone. If there's a need, it can be an assassination." Chao Qinjiao pressed down on his shoulder and smiled wickedly. Li Qingshan sensed the pain from his shoulder and sighed. "Can I turn you down?" He just felt like there was nothing good about hanging around with her. Military orders must be obeyed. Chapter 1476. Li Qingshan returned to the Grey Stone Tower. Little and was still cultivating. Amidst the samadhi flame of white bone that bloomed like a lotus flower, she was sometimes stunning and sometimes eerie. His eyes were gentle and unmoved. After watching for a while, he quietly returned to the bottom of the tower and sat cross-legged, leaving his body behind. His Yin spirit floated out of his body and came to Xuanwu Hall to meet up with Chao Qinjiao. "Come." Chao Qinjiao opened her arms and opened her mind. Li Qingshan's Yin spirit rushed forward and merged with her. "How do you feel?" Chao Qinjiao waved her arms, feeling as if she was wearing a strange armor. "Nice figure," Li Qingshan teased. Chao Qinjiao's expression changed. Her yang spirit shone brightly and her Yin spirit felt as if it was being cut by a knife. "Just kidding. Calm down, calm down." Although her Yin spirit was attached to her body, it was only equivalent to wearing a coat. It could not really touch her body. It was still her own yang spirit. However, both the coat and the coat were fitted to her body and could still outline her good figure. The compliment came from the heart, but the other party did not seem to appreciate it. "I can tolerate you on normal days, but I will not allow you to play tricks on the battlefield. Otherwise, don't blame my army for being merciless." Chao Qinjiao's face was stern. In fact, she already knew what kind of person he was. She was not really angry but just wanted to give him a show of strength. She also wanted to test him and prepare for the upcoming trip to the demonic area. She cultivated the Black Tortoise scripture and walked the path of the Black Tortoise, which was the path of the Zhenwu Great Emperor. She was the 9th Heaven's demon-destroying Grandmaster, who presided over the war against the demonic area. Her yang spirit was formed by absorbing the cold murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was extremely murderous. Ordinary Yin spirits would be injured if they got close to her, let alone attached to her body. The fact that he could withstand her aura meant that she could move more freely and could cast some spells calmly. This was a good thing to be happy about. "Alright, whatever you say. I'm just an invisibility cloak." Li Qingshan sighed and made a mental note to think about how he would take revenge in the future. Of course, there were also some very erotic and violent scenes. "It's good that you understand." Chao Qinjiao smiled. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. The rock wall was undulating, and the mountain wind whistled past her ears. She ignored Li Qingshan's complaints. He gradually activated the power of the Yang spirit, which shone like stars. Wei Su. With a low shout, the 7 stars in the Yang spirit shone, one of which was particularly dazzling. Specks of light condensed into scissor-like wings and tail feathers. Like a silver swallow, it streaked across the dawn sky and flew towards the infernal domain. Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of her strength. This is the heavenly tome of Black Tortoise. If I were to face him head-on, I'm definitely not his match. I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single move from him. I can only take it head-on. Even if he had the living soil of the 9 heavens, it would be useless. No matter how powerful his fists were, it would be useless if he could not land a hit. Unless he could use a formation to trap her to death like what he had done to Aoxian. But that couldn't be considered a head-on confrontation. He was also too ambitious. He had just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation not long ago, but he was going to compete with someone at the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation, and the one who was the best at fighting. Of course he felt that his strength was not enough. Forget it. I'll observe carefully first and prepare for the future battle. Chao Qinjiao clearly guessed what he was thinking. She deliberately let him understand the gap between them to undermine his confidence. The path they were on. What they couldn't lack was confidence. The two of them, who were at odds with each other, flew over the mountains, the frozen land, and the ice fields, and arrived at the border of the 2 domains. She stopped using her magic and descended from the sky. She restrained her aura and said rudely, "Boy, hurry up. Don't hold me back." "Which leg did I hold you back? Are you a dog?" Li Qingshan was furious. He used the illusion demon escape and a wave of light flowed around. A brilliant light flowed and gradually disappeared. "If you use magic again, I won't be able to hide." "Cut the crap." Chao Qinjiao lightly stepped on the ground. She flew forward without raising a speck of dust. She didn't slow down at all. Why can't I feel the rejection from the demon domain? The demon domain, which had always been the most terrifying enemy of human cultivators, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. She carefully sensed it and found that the invisible repulsive force was still there. As she went deeper into the demon domain, it became stronger and stronger. But it flowed off her body like water. Li Qingshan didn't answer. He obediently wore his invisibility cloak and thought, "Humph, it's not just rejection. The last time I came, the demon domain welcomed me so much. If I wasn't merciful, I would have broken into Black Cloud City and fuck you 100 times. Hey boy, don't tell me you're really a spy sent by the demon domain." Chao Qinjiao seemed to feel some kind of malice from him. She stopped and became suspicious. Qiongqi asked me to bring you a message. As long as you surrender to the demon domain." Chao Qinjiao couldn't help but laugh. "Qiongqi. Kid, you sure are bold." Qiongqi was a true god. In terms of battle prowess, he was probably even above the Elder of Heavenly Book. He was far too far away from her, a Yang soul cultivator, let alone a measly Yin soul cultivator. She mocked, "Then who are you to Qiongqi?" "Qiongqi is my mount." Li Qingshan boasted shamelessly. If he had won that bet, he could indeed subdue Qiongqi under the blood oath of the Nether River. "Kid, you sure are funny." Chao Qinjiao pursed her lips. She no longer had the slightest doubt. There was no demon folk bold enough to slander a demon god like that. "As long as you surrender to the demon domain, I guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. There'll be plenty of gold. In your dreams, you traitor." "Captain, don't shoot." "Can you shut up?" Chao Qinjiao could not take it anymore. "I can't." Li Qingshan was fearless, as they had already entered the demon domain now. Chao Qinjiao stopped and sensed again. As expected, she was not rejected, so she could not help but calm down. With that, the risk of exposure was greatly reduced. In a good mood, she ignored his jokes. "Heck kid, you've got some skill." Li Qingshan found it boring, so he stopped talking nonsense. "You better be careful. It's fine if you die, but I don't want my Yin soul to die with you." "Yeah," Chao Qinjiao answered. She became more and more stable, gradually approaching Cold Blood Pass. The tattered banners fluttered under the black sun, seeming even more desolate. Both Li Qingshan and Chao Qinjiao had seen this before. One had seen it with their own eyes, while the other had seen it in an illusion. There was no sign of life in Cold Blood Pass at all. Even the smell of blood had completely vanished. There was only a desolate coldness. Snow suddenly began to drift down from the sky again. "Let's go in and take a look?" For once, Chao Qinjiao asked Li Qingshan for his opinion. They were about to enter a dangerous situation. If they could not reach an agreement, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Li Qingshan felt slightly uneasy. His original body in the Grey Tower immediately began to use the spirit turtle transformation to divine rapidly. It's best if we don't go in. I feel like something's off. Something so major has happened, so why hasn't the demon domain responded? They've left an empty city here. What if it's a trap? What, are you afraid? Chao Tianjiao smiled. She had gone through countless battles. She was someone bold enough to charge into an army alone and assassinate a demon king. The death of 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk was not exactly a major matter. If it were not for the many oddities involved, there would be no need for her to personally investigate. I don't want you to die in the hands of others. The spirit turtle's divination was extremely vague and limited. Of course, there were many reasons, but the most fundamental reason just happened to be that he was not afraid at all. There was nothing major apart from death. Even if his Yin spirit was destroyed, it would only be a loss of strength. His life would not be in danger at all. The spirit turtle was unable to determine whether this was a life-threatening crisis or not. As for killing with a borrowed knife, he had never even considered it. This was basically a tacit understanding between him, Li Liehua, and Chao Tianjiao. This kid. Instead, it makes me seem petty. Chao Tianjiao's heart skipped a beat. She knew he was not trying to dissuade her out of fear or cowardice. She smiled. I understand. Thank you. But we're already here, so how can we just turn back like this? We have to go in and take a look no matter what. Even if there's an ambush, there'll only be 3 or 5 demon kings at most. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't die. Hearing that, Li Qingshan was even more reluctant to let her take this risk. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate a Yin spirit to this level. Who knew how much trouble it would take to refine another one? I'd better. This is a military order. Chapter 1477. Chao Tianjiao had her reasons. Ever since she joined the army, she had been through thousands of battles. She had personally killed more than 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk. She only mocked Li Qingshan for not having experienced this, which was why he was so careful. It had to be mentioned that even when the battle was at its most intense, there were only a handful of demon emperors in Cold Blood Pass. They could not take down Black Cloud City, and it would be pointless even if there were more. It would instead drag down the other battles. Now that she had Li Qingshan's Yin spirit to fend off the laws of the demon domain, she had one less major problem to worry about. She had infiltrated silently again. Even if there were a handful of demon emperors, she was confident she could escape. Chao Tianjiao climbed up the pass silently. As far as the eye could see, it was still ruins, exactly the same as the illusion Li Qingshan had demonstrated back then. Li Qingshan felt that something was amiss. He tried to persuade her again. You said you wanted to take a look. You've already taken a look now, so you can go back. Cut the nonsense. Chao Tianjiao was as light as a feather, drifting into the pass. Li Qingshan choked. He felt suffocated. Since he could not persuade her, he could only let her be, just in case he humiliated himself. God damn it, even good advice can't persuade a damned ghost. As soon as Chao Tianjiao landed on the ground, she stepped on a red thread that had appeared out of thin air. The red thread was as red as blood. It was not tangible, but it trembled slightly. Immediately, thousands of red threads appeared in the air, crisscrossing with one another and affecting the entire pass. Rumble. The ruins shook and 12 stone pillars rose up from the ground. Every single pillar was engraved with the totem of a demon god. 12 demon emperors stood on the top of the 12 totem pillars, either sneering viciously or emotionlessly as they gazed at Chao Tianjiao and the formation. Surging demon chi blanketed the surroundings, filling up the pass. Li Qingshan had seen those red threads not long ago. They were the spirit threads that formed the formation, and he had actually seen this formation before. 12 Citadel Demon Formation of the Evil. Chao Tianjiao gritted her teeth and roared in her heart, Li Qingshan, how dare you say you're not a spy? I'll fuck your mother. Li Qingshan was also angry. I've tried to persuade you again and again, but you didn't listen. Now you're blaming it on me? Come, let's see how you're going to survive. He was ambushed and there was a strong enemy outside. With disloyalty in his heart, the situation was extremely critical. With a clang, Chao Tianjiao unsheathed her saber. In an instant, she had regained her composure. Recalling Li Qingshan's various performances, how could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? Frankly speaking, he said, I have wronged you. If you are not a spy, then accompany me to the death in battle. Seeing her so generous, Li Qingshan was momentarily speechless. He was too embarrassed to say, even if you die, I won't. Finally he let out a long sigh. Sigh, why did you have to come? Chao Qinjiao said, I had an important mission so I had to come. I ended up dragging you into this. The 12 demon emperors are gathered here. It's definitely not just to ambush me. They must be plotting against Black Cloud City. My extinguishing life lamp can be considered a warning to the sect. Bitch, do you still recognize me? Tu Wanqing let out a sinister laugh, feeling extremely gratified. Tu Wanqing, my saber didn't kill you. Do you dare fight me again? Chao Qinjiao pointed her saber at Tu Wanqing. Trapped in the 12 Citadel demon formation of the evil, he was already in a hopeless situation. If he could kill a demon emperor, he might still have a chance of survival. At the very least, he would be able to drag someone down with him. His sharp edge was revealed and his murderous intent surged. Tu Wanqing's face contorted. That saber strike had truly left a lingering fear in his heart. The other demon emperors seemed to be watching the show, not in a hurry to make a move. Naturally, Tu Wanqing wouldn't fall for it. He was just about to use vulgar words to humiliate Chao Qinjiao. An elderly demon emperor waved his hand, and Tu Wanqing immediately shut up. The elderly said earnestly, Fellow Taoist Chao, if you are willing to convert to the demon realm, there's still a way out. Not only will you become a demon emperor and be on equal footing with us, but if you can help us conquer Black Cloud City, it will be a great merit. Not only will you be blessed by heaven, but you will also be rewarded by the supreme gods. You might even be able to overcome the 6th heavenly tribulation and reach the demigod realm. The elderly's voice was hoarse and deep, but it had a strange charm that penetrated the eardrums and reached the bottom of the heart. He was even more amiable than Abbot Yangon, making people have no choice but to believe him. Li Qingshan and Chao Qinjiao immediately understood. As it turned out, that was what they were planning. Even if the 12 demon emperors worked together, they would struggle to destroy the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation, let alone the fact that there was a teleportation formation connected to the Myriad sect. They could summon over 10 true disciples to assist them at any time. If the first senior sister, Chao Qinjiao, acted as a mole, destroying these 2 formations would be a piece of cake. If the 12 demon emperors used this opportunity to strike, even an army of 1,000,000 would be at their mercy. Li Qingshan sneered, Karma really is a cycle of karma and retribution. You said I'm a spy from the demon realm. Now it's your turn. He did his best to block the demonic voice for her. Chao Qinjiao's mind cleared up. She was not annoyed by him. Instead, she found it strange. Even at a time like this, he's still in the mood to joke around. How bold of him. She did not wholeheartedly want to die here. She acted like she was in thought and said to the old man, I understand demon folk very well. They'll go back on their word even if there's no benefit to them. How can I trust you? The old man laughed aloud. Do you think I'm one of those idiots, fellow? If you don't believe me, I can swear a blood oath on the Nether River. Chao Qinjiao sighed pretentiously. The sect has shown me great kindness, so how can I go back on my word? Li Qingshan thought, this woman sure isn't simple-minded. She even knows how to stall for time. It's just a pity that her acting skills are far too exaggerated. If the path they took was to throw their lives away regardless of the consequences when they encountered danger, they would have lost 100 lives. How could they have made it to where they were today? The old man did not seem to see through Chao Qinjiao's attempt to stall for time. He shook his head with a smile. You're mistaken, fellow. Li Qingshan was stunned. Is this old man really not a monk in disguise? Then I'd like to ask, how am I mistaken? Chao Qinjiao sheathed her blade and listened quietly. People of my generation have separated themselves from the world for the sake of pursuing the great path. The sect has shown you kindness and you've shown kindness to the sect, so we don't owe each other anything. And, compared to the great path, why should we care about these small details? You're right, fellow. I'll consider it. Chao Qinjiao lowered her head and said to Li Qingshan, cut the bullshit, kid. I know you're full of devious ideas. Hurry up and think of something. What ideas do I have? Why don't I just surrender? If I surrender, I'll kill you first. Chao Qinjiao's expression fluctuated as if she was waging a war. Her acting skills did become much more realistic. At the same time, the demon kings conversed with one another. Suringzhe, will this woman really submit? Of course not, the old man replied indifferently. Tu Wanqing said impatiently, then why waste your breath on her? Why don't we, if she dies and her life lamp extinguishes, the Myriad Nature sect will be on guard. Will you take responsibility? Tu Wanqing did not dare to say anything else. The old man continued patiently, that's why we have to leave her a chance to live. Don't let her think about fighting to the death. She won't submit now, but that doesn't mean she won't submit in the future. Hehe. The demon kings were all arrogant and stubborn. Their strength was not much weaker than this old man's, so they did not have any thoughts of rebelling. Chapter 1478. Chaotic beings could not see or hear. They could not tell right from wrong, so they were chaotic and chaotic. The demon god of chaos was basically the embodiment of the will of the demon domain, as well as the most powerful demon god. However, due to their chaotic nature, not only were they ignorant and unable to tell right from wrong, but their thoughts could also change in the next moment. They were unable to carry out any long-term plans, nor were they able to gather allies effectively. As a result, their overall strength was the weakest. He was like a demonic beast among demon gods, a terrifying demon god beast. However, his strength could not be doubted. Meanwhile, the demon folk of the chaotic lineage were all natural demonic beings. They were extremely few in number, but they were extraordinarily powerful and unpredictable. As a result, when this old man called Wuxia became their commander without a doubt, they did not even dare to raise a fuss. Even to the demon domain, demon emperors were precious resources. They were no longer allowed to kill one another casually, or even the victor would be severely punished. Only the chaotic lineage was unrestrained, or in other words, restraints were useless as chaos was their nature. No matter how wise this Sir Wuxia seemed, his nature would definitely be chaotic. Even if he attacked them for no reason, they would not be surprised, nor would they be punished. Who wouldn't be afraid of a mad dog like that? Wuxia's eyes were like chameleons, swiveling in different directions and taking in the expressions of all the demon emperors. The corners of his lips curled up, almost reaching his ears. That amiable face suddenly became strangely twisted. All the demon emperors lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with him. On my command, activate the formation. The demon emperors dared not tarry. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous immediately activated, and the 12 stone pillars lit up one by one. Surging demon chi blotted out the sky, crushing down layer by layer. Chao Qinjiao raised her head, but she could no longer see the demon emperors. Only the 12 demon gods gazed at her silently, as if they would never change. Meanwhile, she had become as insignificant as an ant. Any demon god only needed to extend a finger to crush her to pieces. True martial demons sweeping the 7 mansions as one. The divine turtle as armor. The mysterious snake as soldier. Chao Qinjiao was fearless. She unsheathed her saber, and the 7 stars in her yang spirit shone brightly. Her whole body shone with divine light, making her look like a valkyrie. Li Qingshan felt as if his yin spirit was about to be sliced into pieces. He said angrily, "Do you want to kill me? Didn't this old man want to recruit people to surrender and rebel? How could he turn hostile just like that?" "Shut up." Chao Qinjiao's voice was cold and cruel, without a trace of human emotion, only a murderous aura. Wuxia's expression changed. In the boundless demon domain, there was not a single demon folk who did not hate or fear the Jinwu Great Emperor, including the lineage of chaos. Since you're still cultivating the Xianwu Dao, you're even more intolerable. Chaos descends. In an instant, the light from the 11 totem pillars dimmed and gathered at the totem pillar beneath Wuxia's feet. The totem of the chaos demon god suddenly moved. Its huge, round head had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. 4 short, thick limbs protruded from its huge body. Its skin was pink like a baby's, but it was covered in veins and wrinkles. It was ugly and stupid. It crawled around the stone pillars stupidly, its head facing Chao Qinjiao and Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it opened its abyss-like mouth and let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry, but it was 100 or 1,000 times sharper. It leaped out of the stone pillar. It lunged at them. Kill? Chao Qinjiao did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and swung her saber to meet it. The scorching Xianwu saber aura contained the strength and willpower that she had cultivated her entire life. Even Li Qingshan's yin spirit was almost torn to pieces. He could not help but praise, "Nice? But it's useless." The chaos demon god swallowed her in one gulp, and the gaping mouth immediately closed up. Everything returned to silence. The 12 demon emperors had worked together to set up the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil. They were still in the demon domain, so this was already an overwhelming force. All resistance and struggles became meaningless. Even if they risked their lives, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party. The demon emperors looked at each other. Didn't they just say that they would not kill her? Why did they change their minds in the blink of an eye? But no one dared to ask. In any case, the chaos lineage was a gathering place for lunatics. Ingja stood with his hands behind his back and he became that kind old man again. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. She will surrender very soon. He pointed at the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and the chaos demon god, as huge body shrank and condensed. Demonic chi surged over and it was as thick as black asphalt. It formed a black egg with a hint of red. This is a chaos demon egg. A demon emperor cried out. At least there's someone who knows. Ingja nodded. She cultivates the Xian Wu Dao, so there's no way she will surrender. But she's not. He paused and pointed to the sky. All the demon emperors understood. He was referring to Great Emperor Jinwu. He continued, in this chaos demon egg, all thoughts will be distorted and turned into chaos. Without the skin, what will the hair attach to? Willpower, persistence, and faith will all become worthless. Tu Wanqing, don't you want revenge? If she comes out again, she might become the next one. Really? Tu Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Even if Chao Tianjiao died in battle, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on her. The only way to vent his anger was to kill a few demonic beasts. Now that he saw hope, he immediately perked up. As long as you're not afraid of her suddenly killing you in bed. Tu Wanqing trembled and his body went limp again. All the demon emperors laughed. Old Tu, go ahead and do it. We'll support you from the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Tu Wanqing cupped his hands humbly. Let's take turns to kill this bitch. We won't let our brothers fail. A bunch of idiots. Ingja suddenly cursed. Why aren't you preparing to attack Black Cloud City? You're all laughing like stupid pigs. The laughter came to a halt. The demon emperors were furious, but they dared not say anything. All they could do was stay far away from this madman. Ingja's anger vanished as quickly as it had come. In the blink of an eye, he gazed at the chaos demon egg in the center of the formation deeply again. A cultivator who practices the path of the black tortoise returns to chaos and becomes a demon folk in the end. What a wonderful irony to the desireless heavenly palace. The demonic senses in the chaos demon egg twisted and chaotically, surging over like the tide. Chao Tianjiao swung her blade a few times, but she was swallowed by the endless chaos in the blink of an eye. She dared not waste any more strength. Li Qingshan said, that old bastard wants to turn you into a demon folk. I know, Chao Tianjiao said indifferently. What do I do? Die. Chao Tianjiao did not even feel the slightest fear. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. Don't forget, we still have a 30-year promise. If you die, who will I go to for revenge? Li Qingshan felt very wronged, and very reluctant to accept this. If she died, his Yin spirit definitely would not survive either. He could not help but think back to that afternoon when he practiced the innate method of practicing qi many years ago, followed by the Gui water method of condensing qi, the arts of the boundless ocean, the demon suppression statuary, the demon war statuary, the extreme emperor's record of destruction, the extreme emperor's record of scripture, and finally, the heavenly tome of freedom. Qi practitioner, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, Yin spirit. After all the painstaking effort, he had raised it to such an extent, yet because of a stupid woman, it was gone just like that. You. Chao Tianjiao was finally moved. Is there something wrong with your head? Chapter 1479. You're the one who's crazy. Chao Tianjiao closed her eyes and ignored him. She focused on using the black tortoise tome, resisting the invasion of the demonic thoughts with cold determination. Even in such a desperate situation, she didn't waver at all. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire her extraordinary willpower. Even when he was between life and death, he often felt great fear. But this often stimulated his will to live, and he would defeat strong enemies with courage. But she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Was it really because she had more experience on the battlefield? But she could give up her life, but he still couldn't give up his Yin spirit. He asked, don't you have any other way? For example, ask for help from the Myriad sect. His main body stayed in Black Cloud City so he could ask for help. At this time he didn't care about exposing this secret. But the strange thing was she didn't even have this plan. Was it because she couldn't or didn't want to? Ask for help. Chao Tianjiao said, if a demon emperor is trapped in Black Cloud City, will the demon realm come to help? Li Qingshan thought about it and sighed. Of course not. In the end, he overestimated her identity as the eldest senior sister. Even if the Myriad sect gathered all the true disciples, they might not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and at least half of them would die here. She would definitely die in the formation. unless Spirit Emperor Guihai or the two sect masters came, but the higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection from the laws of the demon realm. And with such a big formation, the demon realm might have a backup plan. Even a human immortal might not be able to deal with it. The only thing for sure was that she was going to die. The demon emperors weren't stupid villains who talked too much. Once the situation went wrong, they would definitely activate the formation to kill her first. So, even if the myriad sect knew she was trapped here, they wouldn't go deep into the demon realm and start a war in such a disadvantageous situation. This was the cruelty of war. Even the great senior sister of the sect, who had been flaunting her prowess, would be abandoned. But he didn't want to give up so easily. He absorbed the tide-like demonic aura and demonic thoughts into his own spirit. He began circulating the unfettered heavenly tome. In a sense, the Chaos Demon Egg was a good place to cultivate the unfettered scripture. The demon emperors had invested a lot in order to demonize the myriad sect's great senior sister. All kinds of resources. It had everything. Even though there were all types of chaos and distortions, the Tao of Great Freedom was ever-changing, so there was nothing to fear. Currently, his comprehension was greater than his cultivation, so he could swallow this portion of resources. Chao Qingjiao opened her eyes and calmed down. He was also astonished. This kid really has some skills. He can actually absorb demonic qi and use the resources of the demonic domain to cultivate. If he hadn't fallen here, he would have made great achievements in the war against the infernal domain in the future. It's not easy for him to persevere in his cultivation and help me resist the demonic thoughts. I've implicated him. Li Qingshan did not care about it. He circulated the unfettered heavenly tome in a frenzy, refining the rolling devil qi and the layers of devil psyche. Compared to Chao Tianjiao's calmness, his performance was close to madness. Yin Shin's expression kept changing. Anger, fear, greed, it was slowly becoming stronger and stronger. A cornered beast was fighting. Usually he was worried that his Yin Shin would go berserk and lose control. He did not dare to be so unrestrained. Now he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, this Yin Shin could not be taken back. If it went out of control, then so be it. He could just treat it as accumulating cultivation experience. Even if he refined his Yin Shin into a Yang Shin, which was basically impossible, he would not be able to escape from this 12 citadel demon formation of the evil. Unless his Yin Shin was completely demonized, then these demon emperors would not be afraid of him, who was of the same kind. But this was the most unacceptable result. He would rather self-destruct his Yin Shin. He was already prepared for this. However, he did not know whether it was because his understanding of the Tao of Great Freedom was too thorough, or because this state of mind was just right for cultivating the unfettered heavenly tome. He cultivated for a long time but showed no signs of losing control. At such a meaningless moment. Instead, he was advancing bravely and advancing at a tremendous pace. This was too ironic. Bastard. Chao Qingjiao thought that he was finally afraid. She mocked. If you were more honest, you would still be in the 100-herb garden watering the flowers and planting the trees. Why would you end up like this? Li Qingshan was furious. You still dare to say that? Chao Qingjiao was not afraid of him. Ha, I'm going to die and I don't dare to say a few words to you. You want to take revenge on me and I still have to settle the score with you. That day I was only protected by your words. You don't have to wait for another 30 years. Go and die now. Good. Very good. Li Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. He was overflowing with viciousness. I want you to die a horrible death. As he continued to cultivate, he extracted a burning thought from the chaotic and twisted demonic thoughts and transferred it into her body. Chao Qingjiao sneered. Is that all you've got? She did not even need to guard her mind. Her body had already cut off the red dragon and cut off all evil thoughts. The Yang Shin was condensed from the cold, murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was cruel and cold and naturally restrained all demonic thoughts. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why she and Li Liehua were so strong, far surpassing the Chuolong, who was also a human emperor. The purer and more extreme the power, the faster it would improve, and the more destructive it would be. This was the case for the Heavenly Book of Fire and the Heavenly Book of Black Tortoise. However, the price to pay was that after reaching a certain realm, the path would become narrower and narrower, and eventually become a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. The synonym for pureness was extreme. What was more terrifying was that this pure power would corrode one's mind. Li Liehua was only slightly provoked by him, and he disregarded the sect's rules to kill him. Was he born with a violent temperament, or was he swallowed and assimilated by the flames? Chao Qingjiao was able to be fearless in a desperate situation, but it was probably not a performance of courage. True courage was reflected in overcoming fear, and not simply being afraid of nothing. Back then Gongyuan walked such a path. Not only did she treat everyone cruelly, but she was also almost swallowed by the power of Ruin's end. Pursuing power was to carry out one's will. If one was held hostage by power, he would not be far from chi deviation. On the surface, eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister seemed to be boundlessly glorious, but in reality, they were constantly being distorted by power. They had no choice but to use their extraordinary willpower to control this overly powerful and pure power. Thus, they had no choice but to dominate the battlefield, using slaughter to calm the turmoil in their hearts. But the more they used it, the faster the power backfired. If they could not break through the sixth heavenly tribulation and reach the human immortal realm, it was impossible for them to die of old age. They would either burn into a ball of fire or a ray of light. The three of us are quite similar. The more we want, the more we have to bear. It's very fair. However, if you really think that you can resist it with your willpower, then you are gravely mistaken. You are still a human after all. Yes, a woman. Li Qingshan laughed madly as he ignited even more flames, burning away her icy cold will. With a great devil like him helping the tyrant, the Chaos Demon Egg finally started to show its power. To be continued. Chapter 1480. Light snow drifted through the air. 12 towering stone pillars stabbed into the depths of the demonic clouds. A huge Chaos Demon Egg hovered in the air at the center, pulsating like a Ru Xan organ. Chao Tianjiao did not take Li Qingshan's little tricks to heart at all. She was like a eunuch who was not afraid of being seduced by beauty. She was only waiting for him to fail before mocking him viciously. There was chaos in the surroundings as if there was a boundless world, yet it was indeed sealed up in this tiny space. These two completely opposite experiences did not seem out of place at all. It was as if she had experienced it somewhere before. At this moment, a strange warmth surged through her heart. It was a feeling she had not felt for a very long time, which made her heart skip a beat. She was rather in disbelief. Don't tell me. This kid is definitely a spy from the demon domain, even if he isn't. She was just about to scold Li Qingshan fiercely, or just finish him off. There was a thump and her heart beat. She suddenly remembered that this was the feeling of being in her mother's womb. Crack. It was like a frozen lake cracking open, spilling out warm spring water and spreading out. Her memories were like a breached dam, unstoppable. She had also once been a little girl. Li Qingshan saw the lines on her valiant face suddenly soften. Her expression even became slightly infatuated, as if she had become a completely different person. Even people who were extremely familiar with her would be mistaken with a single glance. However, this was not the appearance of someone who had completely lost themselves in lust. Instead, she was like a regular person who was on the brink of death, recalling her entire life. Now, that's more like a person. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. Suddenly he felt that although the demon folk were evil and twisted, they were more like a person from a certain perspective. Even the ugliest side of humanity was still a discussion about humanity at the end of the day. However, her willpower was the exact opposite. It was more like the icy cold light of the stars, beautiful but inhuman. With a thought, he channeled even more demonic thoughts into her. Fear, pain, sorrow. She frowned and thought about when she was over 3 years old. She had tripped over the doorsill and burst into tears. It was not because of pain but because she had dirtied her new clothes. It was a large, red, cotton-padded jacket. It was very warm. Grandma quickly picked her up and even kicked the door frame a few times. She coaxed her softly and was very warm. However, this warmth made her shiver as she recalled the past. How I walk alone in the cold. No matter how cold it was, he couldn't stop. He abandoned all warmth and chased after the illusory cold stars in the winter night. Only in this way would the cold be easier to endure. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. However, at this moment, a chill surged out, almost making him shiver all over. But since he was already in a hopeless situation, he could finally stop and rest. With that in mind, the starlight dimmed. She no longer resisted the invasion of the demonic thoughts and even took the initiative to accept them. Even if it was painful, she couldn't help but awaken these warm memories one by one. The warmth and coldness that had been accumulating for 1,000 years continuously converged and reflected off each other, gradually shaking her resolve. Her expression fluctuated, sometimes sad, sometimes happy, sometimes worried, sometimes afraid. She became more and more human but also a little fragile. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that she was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. He could not help but admire the demon domain's methods. The reason why she would not surrender was not because of any debt of gratitude, but because the path she was walking on was one that absolutely could not be shaken by weakness. Otherwise he would go berserk and be destroyed by his own power. However, they actually had a way to untie this knot, shaking her will and distorting her beliefs without causing her to go berserk. In a sense, it was even opening up a new path for her. Li Qingshan sank into thought. If this continues, I won't be able to survive. She might really choose to pledge allegiance to the demon domain and become a demon emperor. What should I do? Stop her? Sai, what good is it to me if she becomes the demon emperor? I'm afraid I'm also affected by the demonic will. Activating the heavenly book of freedom, he shielded her from all demonic thoughts. Chao Tianjiao opened her eyes. Her cheeks were rosy, but she was still in a daze. She suddenly realized something and sincerely said, "Thank you. If it wasn't for him, she might have really turned into a demon." "You're welcome. It's not like you have a heart of stone." "Yes," Chao Tianjiao said faintly, "I really want to live." An unprecedented desire to survive surged in her fiery heart. Another deeper pain arose and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Not only now, but she had already fallen into a desperate situation. She knew that the hope was slim, but she had to keep moving forward. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you going to pledge allegiance to the demon domain?" Chao Tianjiao's eyes gradually regained their firmness, but it was no longer influenced by power. She made a decision based on her own will. "Let's die together." The young spirit once again lit up with the cold starlight. She couldn't delay any longer, or the will to survive would overwhelm everything. "Wait, are you afraid?" "It doesn't matter. I'm a little afraid too." "Don't worry, it won't hurt," Chao Tianjiao said in a comforting tone. The light of the young spirit became more and more intense. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you want to go through 6 heavenly tribulations? Do you have a way?" Chao Tianjiao's eyes flashed. "Yes, but it's a narrow escape." "What way?" Chao Tianjiao believed him a little. Li Qingshan said faintly, "Karma Mudra." Chao Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then she sneered and said, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Li Qingshan said seriously, "Of course not. I'm just fooling you." If it had been in the past, Chao Tianjiao would have killed him without saying a word. This dog of a man who took advantage of others when they were in danger still wanted to take advantage of her at this time. However, encouraged by her will to survive, she decided to listen to him before killing him. "Go ahead. The way of black tortoise you walk is too pure and extreme, and it will gradually destroy your will. A slave of power is certainly not qualified to go through 6 heavenly tribulations and become a human immortal." Chao Tianjiao nodded. She had reached the peak of 5 heavenly tribulations a long time ago, which was not a big deal. As long as there were no accidents, the human emperor would eventually reach this step. However, most of them would never be able to break through the barrier between human and immortal. Because the human emperor was the limit of a cultivator, they had to use the identity of a human to control an unprecedented huge power, which was bound to cause all kinds of problems and tribulations. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Li Qingshan continued to persuade her, "The book of freedom that I cultivate is the path of the great freedom heaven. The sects that worship the great freedom heaven are all called the outer way. One of them is called the nature sect, which is most proficient in the method of Karma Mudra. Maybe through Karma Mudra I can help you control this power and wear down some of its sharpness." Chapter 1481. Li Qingshan added fuel to the fire. "I once had a dual cultivation partner. Her situation is very similar to yours. She borrowed the power of Ruin's End to cultivate and almost suffered a backlash from it. In the end, through dual cultivation with me, she successfully controlled the power of Ruin's End and set foot on the peak of life." There was not a single lie in what he said, but there were some inaccuracies. For example, he could help Gong Yuan suppress the power of Ruin's End because of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. The two of them were natural partners. Although the black tortoise was half a turtle, it was probably not the same as a spirit turtle. As for whether the dual cultivation techniques of the School of Sex and Strength were effective or not, and how effective they were, he had no idea. Not long ago he used the techniques of the Sacred Scripture School to offer sacrifices to the realm of freedom and almost failed several times. Chao Tianjiao mocked him habitually, "You had a dual cultivation partner before?" Li Qingshan was like a demon tempting a loyal maiden. With deep malice he struck out one last time, "With your realm, you'll definitely attract the 6th heavenly tribulation once your cultivation improves. Even if you can't overcome it in the end, it'll be better than dying here sullenly. Chao Qinjiao pondered for a while before suddenly swinging her hand like she was swinging down a blade. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Hey, senior sister, when have I ever disappointed you? In Black Cloud City, under the gray stone tower, an innocent yet evil smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. He was like a child who had successfully tricked an adult and succeeded in pulling a prank. What do I need to do? Just listen to my instructions. First, please relax your mind. Of course, there's also the rest. Chao Qinjiao suddenly felt rather embarrassed. In this chaos demon egg, her willpower had already wavered a long time ago. However, she was not a wishy-washy person. Since she had made up her mind, she did not hesitate at all. She cooperated with him obediently. In that instant, a chill slid over her skin. From her face to her neck, chest to her abdomen. It greedily went past every inch of her skin, giving her goosebumps. She tensed and closed her eyes. 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She bit her lips subconsciously and pretended to be indifferent. However, she sighed in her heart, how did I fall into such a situation? Is it really my turn to be unlucky? This jinx. Li Qingshan had successfully changed from an outer garment to an inner garment. Furthermore, it was under her obedient cooperation. Instantly, he felt the pleasure of avenging a great hatred. While igniting more flames, he wantonly violated her. The redness on Chao Qinjiao's face deepened, and she said hatefully, Brat, are you satisfied now? No, it's still far from it. Senior Martial Sister, please relax a little, open your mind. He was no longer satisfied with just being a piece of cake. If I demonize, I will definitely kill you. Her voice trembled. His threats seemed to be useless, so he opened his heart completely as he was told. Her mind had already developed an opening, so Li Qingshan's Yin spirit immediately invaded it. He smiled. As you wish. Her eyes glazed over and even the sensations in her body disappeared. Everything about her body was suddenly open. In front of him, Dabai no longer had any secrets. This was far more powerful than the invasion of her body. Not long ago, she had also asked him to use an illusionary realm to show her the situation at the Cold Blood Pass. However, that was equivalent to him weaving some lies to her from outside the wall, and she could chase him away at any time. Now, however, he was openly entering through the main gate. He had entered the room and even turned the tables. Let's begin. Li Qingshan's voice sounded beside her ear, but it also seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. In a trance, the scenery before her eyes changed. The cold pass, the cruel battlefield, and the colorful snowflakes all disappeared. A small river flowed by in front of her eyes, sparkling under the scorching sun. The wind was warm and the willows were gentle. It was March, the most pleasant time of the year. The surroundings were empty and silent. There were only a few birds chirping. She gently took off her shoes and soaked her feet in the clear river water. A few small fish swam around and she was so comfortable that she forgot everything else. Prodigy. A gentle voice sounded behind her. She suddenly turned around to see her handsome boyfriend pushing aside the willows and walking toward her. She hurriedly retracted her feet and the water rippled, but she lost her balance and fell backward. Be careful. A large hand caught her waist and their eyes met. Their breaths were intertwined and they were both intoxicated. Another large hand caught her, and she felt a tingling sensation from her feet all the way to the bottom of her heart. She moaned softly, and she fell onto the grass beside the river, where she melted into the spring breeze and flowing water. Li Qingshan began to comprehend the dual cultivation method. The sexual power sect was not an unorthodox sect. Instead, it was the mainstream sect of the heretical sects, and its sect scriptures even surpassed that of the Holy Scripture sect and the Mercury sect. The sexual power sect didn't worship the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom, but rather the Linga. The so-called Linga was actually the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. It symbolized reproduction, and it contained the power of creation and rebirth. In the eyes of ordinary believers, this was the most important image of the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. As for the appearance of waving 6 arms, opening the third eye, and shooting out world-destroying fire, it was a special state that received very few believers. After all, reproduction was the norm, and it was what all living beings wanted to see. However, the great destruction and destruction were bound to be short-lived and terrifying. Gods wanted believers to be in awe, but after all, respect came first. Li Qingshan was completely focused on comprehending the dual cultivation method of the School of Strength and Nature. As a matter of fact, even the wet dream was secondary. The thing that pranks could not do without was seriousness. Moreover, he had to be serious. Chao Qinjiao's yang spirit was too powerful, and its power was 10 times or even 100 times that of his yin spirit. Moreover, its evil spirit was extremely heavy. If he couldn't enter the perfect dual cultivation state as soon as possible, even if she was willing to cooperate and open her mind, his yin spirit would quickly be torn apart. If he resisted even a little, his yin spirit would be directly destroyed. In such a short time, part of his yin spirit had been worn out, and he had just unbuttoned her clothes in the illusion. Under such circumstances, how could he enjoy himself? Before he could do anything, his yin spirit had been worn out, which was even worse than impotence. His prank had failed and it had become a heavy blow. However, he gradually understood something. In that case, the process of my cultivation of the heavenly book of freedom seems to be a little abnormal. Reproduction and destruction, creation and destruction, were always two sides of the same coin, the outside and the inside. However, generally speaking, there was an order between the two. It was definitely creation before destruction and reproduction before destruction. Especially for all living beings, the former was not only more important but also easier to understand. However, he had started with great destruction and great destruction, and he had quickly comprehended the ultimate skill of the way of freedom, the most powerful combat power, the world-destroying fire. Chapter 1482. According to his method of cultivation, the heavenly tome of freedom was not a cultivation method at all. Regular people would never be able to comprehend the spirit of great destruction and great destruction. He had first entered the demon war statuary through the demon suppression statuary, then obtained a cultivation method born at the end of the world like the extreme monarch's record of world destruction. This was already a very great fortuitous coincidence. During this process, he had personally witnessed the wreckage of a world before personally destroying the 9 provinces and even a world. Only in this way could one comprehend the meaning of great destruction and great destruction. When one began to cultivate the unfettered tome, one would naturally walk down this path until one comprehended the divine fire of annihilation. For now, one could not see the upper limit of the destructive power of such a peerlessly domineering move. This was because he had always been under great pressure to survive, so it was not strange for him to embark on this path. However, regular cultivators, even if they possessed great talent and reincarnated celestials, would never destroy an entire world for the sake of cultivation. All they could do was crawl obediently. For example, they could find a girl for dual cultivation and experience the joy of reproduction and the great harmony of life. This was the most normal method of cultivation, but he had completely reversed things. I see. So I've been doing the opposite the entire time. Li Qingshan came to a realization and laughed aloud. In the illusion, Chao Qinjiao, who was half undressed, only saw her lover smile happily. She grumbled, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan only smiled. A third of his yin spirit had already been worn away. The illusion was already on the verge of shattering. He powered the spirit turtle transformation with all his might and deduced another possibility for the existence of the heavenly tome of freedom. No wonder my nascent soul would go berserk when I underwent the 4th heavenly tribulation, bent on destroying itself. If it were any other regular cultivator, their nascent soul would be done for. How the hell am I supposed to cultivate? It's not like that old turtle comprehended the heavenly tome of freedom to harm his own disciple. There must be a simpler path. The cycle of vitality I comprehended from the Qilin transformation just happens to be able to keep a berserk yin spirit in check. Looks like it's not a coincidence. From reproduction to destruction. From creation to destruction. That's the most normal path of cultivation for the heavenly tome of freedom. This was the result of being a test subject for a new cultivation technique. There was no one to scout ahead. However, it wasn't too late to wake up now. It was even just right. This path was too simple for him. He had personally created the world of 5 continents, which was even larger than the world of 9 regions, and had comprehended the true meaning of endlessness in the Qilin method of longevity. Most importantly, he had a strong desire to reproduce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at such a critical moment. She had to trick Chao Tianjiao. It was much easier to comprehend reproduction and creation than destruction and destruction. Chao Tianjiao's eyes are closed tightly. The 7 constellations in the yang spirit are shining, and the illusion is about to collapse. She frowned, vaguely feeling that her lover was somewhat familiar. It was even a little annoying. Just as she was about to wake up from her dream, the spirit turtle's deduction was complete. Li Qingshan suddenly leaned over and kissed her red lips that were as delicate as roses. He suddenly reversed the heavenly tome of freedom, and his Yin spirit, which was originally full of destruction and the will to destroy, suddenly changed its appearance. At the end of destruction and destruction, vitality flourished. It was as if green grass had sprouted on the ground that had been burned by fire, and it was a riot of colors. He looked at Chao Tianjiao with eyes full of love and gentleness, like a river winding through the earth. It nourished the creatures along the coast. She felt that her lover suddenly became infinitely charming, and her mind became more and more intoxicated. The familiar feeling did not disappear, but became 10 times or even 100 times more profound, making her believe that this reunion at this time was destined in their previous lives. The dual cultivation method began to operate, and her Yin spirit was no longer worn down by her Yang spirit. Instead, it was nourished a little, and the illusion immediately stabilized. Heavenly Son. He took off the last piece of her clothes, and his expression was solemn and almost pious, as if it was no longer a prank. She also looked at him with a smile. Her body glowed faintly in the spring sunshine, like a goddess. She reached out and hugged him in her arms. With a moan, they finally became one. It was just like the first couple in the world, releasing their most primitive desire for love. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit intertwined, completely fusing as one. What was even more amazing was that the male Li Qingshan was a Yin spirit while the female Chao Tianjiao was a Yang spirit. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang, and extreme Yang gave birth to Yin. The cycle of Yin and Yang suppressed and complemented each other. As expected, they had achieved the great harmony of life. The dream seemed like it would never end. He only felt extremely happy. Even if it was all an illusion after he woke up, even if they were separated by life and death, even if they became enemies, as long as he was happy, it was enough. Below the gray stone tower, a black ape tail rose up behind Li Qingshan. Jijijijiji. With a boom, the ape demon transformation broke through to the 5th layer. The miniature world expanded and underwent a qualitative change, becoming brand new. The many divine and demonic transformations that had been suppressed all returned to their original realm. The 5th layer of the ox demon. The 5th layer of the tiger demon. The 5th layer of the phoenix. The 5th layer of the spirit turtle. Waves of power surged, both old and new, surging in the miniature world. In the frenzied battle between the gods and demons, a new balance was achieved, but it was broken again, until a stable structure was formed, and all the power began to condense. His cultivation base continued to skyrocket. GG. Li Qingshan leaped up and did a somersault. Every time his cultivation base skyrocketed, he did a somersault, making a total of 321 somersaults. Amidst the joy, he did not forget the great contributor, Chao Tianjiao. The dream kept changing and they kept meeting in new places, with new identities, getting to know each other, loving each other, and having sex. She had completely forgotten her original appearance. He dominated the dream, using Yin to Yang, using softness to overcome hardness, and constantly helped her grind away the excessive sharpness of the Yang spirit. He made the originally pure power even purer, and it was no longer as cold, cruel, and difficult to control. This was what he had promised, and now he had done it. By absorbing the power of her Yang spirit as well as the nourishment of the chaotic demonic egg, the cultivation base of his Yin spirit was also constantly growing, and he had already caught a glimpse of the Yang spirit realm. If he wanted to, he could drag her deeper into the dream and further improve his cultivation base. The path of dual cultivation was inseparable from two words, plucking Yin to nourish Yang, and plucking Yang to nourish Yin. However, he did not do that. Instead, he made the dream become fainter and fainter, closer and closer to reality, until it could not get any fainter, and he returned to the willow bank. She recalled everything about herself, and her expression went blank for a moment. In this short period of time, she had experienced countless lives, and experienced happiness that she had never experienced before. Including Li Qingshan's face, it could not be any more familiar. In the dream, they still saw each other with sincerity, and they were entangled together. You. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed, embarrassment, anger, hatred, confusion, and a hint of reluctance. Senior sister. Chapter 1483. Manu. She had to go all the way if she wanted to act. Li Qingshan's expression was erratic. Senior sister, do you know? I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. I once had a woman I wanted to marry. She wasn't as strong and dazzling as you are. She wasn't even as beautiful as you. But in the end I let her down. Chao Qinjiao felt a little sour for some reason. She couldn't help but ask, "So, am I her substitute?" "Of course not. I don't want a substitute and I don't want to let anyone down." Li Qingshan's face was lonely. "So even if I fell in love with her, I didn't want to get close to her. But I couldn't stand being looked down upon by the woman I loved. So I had to fight with you. Please don't blame me." Chao Qinjiao grabbed his throat and raised her eyebrows. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Then she let go of him dejectedly. "Sai, we're going to die anyway. You took advantage of us for nothing. Even if I've been tricked by you, don't talk nonsense here. How shameless of you to take advantage of me and still pretend to be innocent." Li Qingshan smiled brightly. "Yes, it seems that it's still a little lacking. I still lack enough resources. After all, I have to cross the barrier between human and immortal." He transferred all the power accumulated in his Yin spirit into her Yang spirit. Harvesting Yin to replenish Yang and harvesting Yang to replenish Yin were the eternal themes of the path of dual cultivation. However, it was often accompanied by coercion, deceit, and temptation. It would inevitably lead to resentment and sin. Those who wanted to take the shortcut often fell into the abyss, so it was regarded as an evil path. There was only one exception. That was when one party sacrificed himself unconditionally and willingly gave his life and power to the other party. Just like at this moment, Chao Tianjiao's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. "What are you going to do?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Fulfill my promise." The power of his Yin spirit was rapidly draining away. His figure gradually became blurry. The spring scenery by the willow bank became illusory. The dream began to collapse. At this moment, his Yin spirit contained the power of rebirth. Chao Qinjiao felt pain in her heart and she angrily said, "I, Chao Qinjiao, don't need your pity." She tried to reject Li Qingshan's power, but to no avail. She was no longer in control of this dream. "I'm not pitiful. If only one of us can survive, I hope it's you." Li Qingshan smiled and stretched out his translucent hand, gently caressing her face as if he was in the deepest dream. "Stay alive. You forgot about me." Chao Qinjiao stretched out his hand, but he grabbed nothing. The dreamland completely collapsed and he returned to the primal chaos. A brand new power surged in her body, but she felt pain in her heart. Dream after dream reverberated in his mind. Qingshan. With a loud bang, Yin and Yang merged as one, and the primordial spirit was refined. The 7 constellations formation turned into the shape of a turtle snake, releasing great radiance, illuminating the true black tortoise Great Tao. It flew over the endless abyss, directly reaching the human immortal realm. The human Tao and the immortal Tao would be separated there. It was the rebirth she had been looking forward to for a long time. However, she stood there in a daze. She had experienced battles and seen life and death, but now she suddenly understood what it meant to be separated by life and death. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder shook the chaos demonic egg as if it was urging her. She pressed her chest and her heart beat as if she had been reborn. She lost a lot of killing intent and gained a touch of gentleness. She pulled herself together again, and her eyes became determined again. She stepped onto the great Tao, facing the heavenly tribulation. "I will survive, but I will never forget you." Ah! Under the gray stone tower, Li Qingshan hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. His tears were squeezed out. After the prank succeeded, he naturally had to laugh to his heart's content. "Chao Qinjiao, oh Chao Qinjiao, no matter how cunning you are, you drank my foot-washing water. My acting skills have been tested for a long time, don't even mention it." Ah! Qingshan. Little Lin heard the noise and came down from upstairs. He came down from upstairs with a strange look on his face. "What happened?" "Let me tell you." As a result, Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened, such as how he would be ambushed if he infiltrated Cold Blood Pass. However, he did not mention how he would trick Chao Tianjiao. It was a matter of life and death anyway, and she had volunteered to do that. As for the part about dual cultivation, it was not suitable for children, so he left out a lot of it. The confession of love at the end was really worthy of being written in a book. "You must have tricked her." Little and only needed to look at his expression to guess most of it. "I didn't. I am practically a Casanova, sacrificing myself to help her." "Are you serious?" Little and curled his lips. "I didn't. My Yin soul can't be saved anyway, and I have already understood how to cultivate, so I might as well help her. But I don't think she will survive." Li Qingshan shook his head. Not to mention that he had not undergone the 5th heaven tribulation. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Who knew how deep the water was inside? Then do you hope she can survive? N. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. How could it be just a day between them? They still had some feelings. Maybe he wanted to see her expression at that time, or maybe he really wanted her to live. Who knew? You lied to her, she will definitely not let you go. Li Qingshan shuddered. She was already so difficult to deal with when she was a human emperor. If she became a human immortal, haha, 6 heaven tribulations, human immortal realm, how can it be so easy to pass through? She is probably struck to death by lightning, or possessed by a devil, or killed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. In the cold blood past, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled and snow flew. Ingja's expression changed. 6 heaven tribulations. The other demon emperors also rushed back. She attracted 6 heaven tribulations? How is that possible? They were all stuck in the same realm, so they knew exactly how difficult it was to pass through. It was no longer a question of whether they could pass through the tribulation successfully, but whether they could break through the bottleneck and attract the heaven tribulations. Demon emperors gained divinity one step further, stepping into the realm of demigods, and they could be called evil gods. From then on, they would stand above the billions of demon folk, only below the 12 demon gods. Even demon gods would try to rope them in. In such a chaotic and cruel demon domain, they could finally rest easy. This was the realm that all demon emperors dreamed of. Chao Qinjiao was in the demon domain, and she was even trapped in the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, yet she could actually attract the heaven tribulations. It really surprised everyone. She probably collected an essence soul pill. She's in such a hurry, she definitely won't succeed. If she gave that essence soul pill to me, you wouldn't be bold enough to swallow it even if I gave it to you. Ingja's face sank and he bellowed furiously, cut the crap, activate the formation and kill her immediately. Chapter 1484. Lightning flashed in the churning demonic clouds, growing brighter and louder. The majestic heavenly might broke through all obstacles and came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The 12 demon emperors stood on the totem pillars again, their faces solemn. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they ambushed Chao Tianjiao. If he were to be sucked into the heavenly tribulation, his life would be in danger. Activating the demon heart, demonic chi surged as he chanted, praising the great achievements of the 12 demon gods. The power of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was fully unleashed. Chaos Destroyer. Ingja suddenly stomped his foot and pointed at the center of the formation. The chaos demonic egg suddenly shrank, as if it wanted to crush Chao Tianjiao inside. The sound of thunder was getting closer and closer, as if it was rolling over his head. He was impatient and stamped his feet repeatedly, shouting, "Die, die, 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 die." The chaos demonic egg continued to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a water tank. However, it contained the full power of 12 demon monarchs and the 12 citadel sky demon formation of the ominous. Even a mountain would be crushed. Go to hell. Ingja's face revealed a hint of relief. A blade suddenly pierced through the chaos demonic egg, and Chao Tianjiao's voice came from within. Thunder. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The blazing light illuminated the entire canyon, and the 12 demon sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. The Guan mountain collapsed, the earth quaked, and the totem pillars trembled. The demon emperors couldn't stand still and looked at Ingja. Even if the 12 demon emperors were to join forces and rely on the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, they would not be able to contend against this brilliant heavenly might. There was a limit to one's strength, but heaven's might was boundless. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts condensed at the tip of the saber and flowed along the blade, deep into the chaos demonic egg. Break! With a wave of his saber, lightning flashed. Chao Qinjiao broke out of the primal chaos demonic egg and leaped out, looking as heroic as a god. Another slash. He broke through the formation and went against the light, like a fish transforming into a dragon. The demon emperors looked up at her radiant figure and were momentarily at a loss for words. She already had the bearing of a human fairy. Once he passed this trial, even demon emperors like them would have to look up to him. Tu Wanqing shuddered. If she were to become a human immortal, he would definitely die if she slashed at him again. Lord Ingja, you absolutely cannot let this slut pass her tribulation. Ingja's fingers were entangled like ropes, and his face was extremely distorted. He said fiercely, lower the formation and preserve our strength. The demon emperors immediately dispersed, and the totem pillars sank back into the ground. No matter what the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was, If it was seen as an obstacle by the heavenly tribulation, it would be blasted to smithereens in minutes. It's impossible for her to succeed, absolutely impossible. Ingja muttered to himself as if to comfort himself. This is the infernal domain, whether she has any preparations or not. How could he succeed? The demon emperors remained silent and looked up. Transcending 6 heavenly tribulations was an extremely rare sight for them. He might be able to comprehend something from it. However, just like Ingja, they also didn't think that she could pass the tribulation successfully, so they were still very worried. Tu Wanqing couldn't help but call out, "Should we retreat a little further?" "You coward." Ingja flew into a rage. Even if she succeeds, she will definitely be extremely weak. We still have the 12 Citadel demon formation of the evil, we can kill her. A ferocious look flashed across Tu Wanqing's face. If this bitch really becomes a human immortal. If this slut really becomes a human immortal, no matter how weak she is, how can a formation trap her? Ingja, on the other hand, regained his composure. He was as calm as a sheet of dead ash. "I have my own ways." "Other ways?" Tu Wanqing suddenly thought of something and immediately lowered his head. He didn't dare to say anything else, and he laughed sinisterly in his heart. "You old thing, just let this slut pass the tribulation successfully and then you will suffer." Amidst the boundless lightning, a few tribulation thunders flew back and forth, continuously attacking Chao Tianjiao. She was already at the peak of human emperor, and with the full power of Li Qingshanzin's spirit, she was even more powerful. In this desperate counterattack, she fully activated the heavenly book of Black Tortoise. The 7 mansions shone, turning into a tortoise and a snake, and the unparalleled power of the Black Tortoise was no weaker than the lightning. Moreover, this power was used at will like never before, condensing on the edge of the saber and scattering at will, turning into a Black Tortoise saber aura, fighting equally with the tribulation thunders. This is all thanks to him. Chao Tianjiao thought of Li Qingshan's face again, and the countless days and nights in her dreams. What left the deepest impression was not when they had sex, but the scenes he had set up. In one dream they were all on a luxurious ship. She was the young lady of a rich family, and she was forced to marry a rich man she didn't like. He was just a poor scholar in the bottom cabin, but he saved her from despair. She still remembered clearly that he held her in his arms, standing at the bow of the ship as if they were flying on the sea, and hearing him shout, "I am the king of the world." In that instant all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, and the tribulation thunders swept past, almost cutting off her arm that was holding the saber. Her heart shuddered as she realized that her power was showing signs of losing control again. She immediately came to a realization. 5 demons. This was an obstacle that was bound to be encountered when going through the 6th heavenly tribulation. If a cultivator wanted to transform from a mortal to an immortal, he would be attacked by devils that would prevent him from becoming an immortal. There were 4 types of demons: 5 demons, vexation demons, death demons, and sky demons. When Li Qingshan's nascent soul went berserk, Ruan Yaozhu had mistaken him for the 5 devils. However, this was actually a treatment that ordinary cultivators did not have. Otherwise, most cultivators would die before reaching the 6th heavenly tribulation. Even the weakest 5 devil was a terrifying devil repellent. As for the most powerful heavenly demon, that was already a treatment that only deities could enjoy. It was the incarnation of the great unfettered heaven who personally came to stop people from attaining the Tao. As for the Mahasvara himself, it was said that only the Gautama Buddha had ever received such treatment. Among the 5 form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Among them, beauty was the foundation, and it referred to this physical body. When the mind and color were combined, it formed the body of form, and perception, action, and knowledge was born. The flourishing of the 5 was one of the 8 sufferings of life. As for the 7 major sufferings, birth, old age, illness, death, separation from love, resentment, and unattainable, they were all born from the 5 The 5 devils belonged to the inner devil, which was formed from the body of form and was born from the inner devil. Originally, when she cultivated the heavenly scripture of Black Tortoise, she had a strong murderous aura and was as cold as the stars. She did not even care about this body of form, so there was no such thing as an inner devil. However, after this dual cultivation, she had opened the door to the realm of man immortal, and also gained the corresponding feeling, perception, action, and knowledge. Her 5 were flourishing and she could not control herself. For a moment, illusions appeared in front of her and she felt uneasy. Suddenly she was surrounded by danger. If it was not for the fact that she cultivated the Tao of Black Tortoise, where the 7 mansions were stable and cold in nature, and the hidden intention of devil slaying, and the tempering during the dual cultivation, which made it much easier to control, she would have been smashed into pieces by the tribulation thunder. Jinwu devil slaying, 7 mansions into 1. The black tortoise as the armor and the black snake as the weapon. Her expression was solemn. While operating the heavenly scripture of Black Tortoise, she visualized the statue of Jinwu Great Emperor to restrain the 5 Yin devils. Although her body was slowed down and she suffered a lot of injuries, she was still able to control the situation and dispel the illusions in front of her. However, at this moment she held her breath and widened her eyes. She saw Li Qingshan standing in the lightning with his back facing her. You're still alive. Chapter 1485. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and smiled just like in a dream. The lightning could not hurt him at all. It was as if he was here to save her, just like in a dream. Chao Qinjiao felt a pain in her heart. She shook her head. No, that's impossible. His Yin spirit was destroyed. He is really dead. Even if he is still alive, he can't stand in the lightning tribulation. Could it be? Her mind flashed and her heart sank. Annoyance demon. Annoyance demon, as the name suggested, was annoyance. In life there were 7 emotions and 6 desires: greed, anger, and jealousy. All of them were annoyances. If the 5 Yin demons were formed from the heart demons, they were pure inner demons. Annoyance demon was a combination of the inside and the outside, originating from the inside and affecting the outside. In other words, this annoyance demon was a demon under the command of the Mahasvara. It had its own will, and it was a hindrance to cultivators going through the tribulations. The former was similar to schizophrenia. As long as one's mind was strong enough, one could control it. The latter, however, was caused by a villain. This villain was not afraid of weapons or sorcery. Even if one's mind was flawless, it could still create a flaw. Hence, it was much more dangerous than the 5 Yin demons. Chao Tianjiao's 7 emotions and 6 desires were all caused by Li Qingshan. Greed, anger, and jealousy were also caused by Li Qingshan. As a result, the worry demon was affected by this and naturally turned into Li Qingshan. Even if the annoyance demon just stood there and did not attack, it already gave her a lot of pressure. The records in the heavens are true. Cultivating the heavenly book of Black Tortoise will attract the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Because of the difference in cultivation methods, the difference in one's strength, and the difference in the tribulation would be different as well. In short, if one was strong, it would be stronger. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong the nirvana of the phoenix was, he was almost killed by the lightning tribulation. On the other hand, Ruan Yaozhu's heavenly book of nature did not show that one would encounter the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Perhaps it was because the cultivators of the heavenly book of Black Tortoise were cold and would not be easily affected by the 5 Yin demons. Perhaps it was because of the Jinwu demon rinsing patriarch. This made the great freedom heavenly demon, who was known as the demon lord, a little unhappy. Therefore, in order to increase the difficulty, there was an additional vexing demon. Fortunately, there was only one. Legend has it that when one ascends to become an immortal, 3,000 troubles will come to obstruct them. However, just one vexing demon was already a nightmare. Thunder rumbled and the world resounded. The 5 Yin demons were still restless. The more they fought, the stronger the tribulation lightning became. Once the vexation demon attacked, it would be the time of her death. In this desperate situation, she frowned and looked at the long saber in her hand. There's no other way. I can only disarm myself. Using a weapon to destroy his own body. This was known as the army dispersal. He destroyed his own body with flames. It was called pyrolysis. And so on and so forth. There was also dissolving water, dissolving earth, dissolving sword, dissolving staff. There were as many ways to commit suicide as there were ways to free oneself. They were collectively known as dissolving corpse. There was only one purpose: to abandon this body. Not only could he solve the problem of the overflowing 5 Yin, the 7 emotions and 6 desires would also be greatly eliminated, and his troubles would be greatly reduced. Life in this world. Many pains and troubles came from this stinky body. However, if a mortal lost this stinky body, he would die. He would obediently go through reincarnation and receive the next stinky body. Even for cultivators, this stinky body was a very important tool. It was equivalent to a small boat. Without a boat, one could not reach the other side. It was already very difficult to not drown in the water, much less continue forward. Only by cultivating the primordial spirit could one leave the body. It was independent. It was equivalent to being able to breathe in the water and would not drown. Therefore, if the situation during the tribulation was too dangerous, such as the damage to the body or the overflowing 5-yin, many cultivators would simply abandon their bodies. Although they could not become a human immortal after the tribulation and could only be an undead immortal, they still had the word immortal. Regardless of whether it was their lifespan or strength, they were far above human emperors. It was much better than dying. Chao Qingjiao had no choice but to plan to disarm herself. However, at this moment she saw Li Qingshan again. Although she knew that he was the incarnation of the demon of annoyance, she could not help but be shocked. If I do this, won't I go back to the old path and waste his sacrifice? Even if I manage to survive, my temperament will become colder and crueler. I will never think about him again. When Chao Qingjiao thought about this, she made up her mind. Forget it. Since I said I won't forget, I definitely won't. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die here and be a mandarin duck with him. She waved her long saber and cut off the lightning. She shouted, "Thunder!" She threw life and death to the back of her mind. With courage and determination, she fought against the tribulation thunder. At this moment, joy surged in her heart. She experienced the heroic passion that she had not felt for a long time. A true brave person was not fearless. Instead, they could overcome their fear and move forward resolutely. In an instant, the newborn primordial spirit stabilized, and the power was under her control. The path of cultivation was never just a fight between power, but also a fight between wills. Trying to eliminate one's fear and hesitation to become brave, trying to abandon one's 7 emotions and 6 desires to become determined, were the actions of a coward. They were like deserters. Such cultivators would eventually be enslaved by other people's power or their own. She looked at the demon of vexation and her lips curled into a smile. She silently said, "Thanks, kid. Come on." Even if she died now, she would not regret it. However, for some reason, the demon of annoyance seemed to be hesitant. He did not come forward to kill her. Could it be that because he had turned into Li Qingshan, he had also become a Casanova, and could not bear to destroy a flower? However, the demon of annoyance muttered, "Strange, why does this woman have the aura of the heavenly lord?" Chao Qingjiao came to a sudden realization and almost laughed out loud. Li Qingshan cultivated the heavenly scripture of Mahasvara and walked the path of the great boundless heavenly demon master. Different paths had different treatment. The path of Black Tortoise would be specially targeted, while the path of nature would be neither targeted nor given preferential treatment. Coincidentally, his path of Mahasvara was given preferential treatment in such a place. This could be said to be an act of shielding one's shortcomings, or it could be said that the cultivators who cultivated the path of Mahasvara had to go through more tests. Because of their outstanding performance, they would get extra points in the final exam. Li Qingshan truly understood the path of Mahasvara through dual cultivation. In terms of destruction, he cultivated the divine fire of annihilation. In terms of creation, he sacrificed himself to save Chao Tianjiao. When he packaged up his Yin spirit and gave it to Chao Tianjiao, his aura, which was the aura of the great boundless heavenly demon, was left on her. Naturally, the demon of annoyance was afraid. This fear was not only out of respect for the great leader, but also out of concern for its own safety. The demon of annoyance was a very special existence. It was neither human nor demon, neither god nor ghost. It was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulations. No matter how strong Chao Tianjiao's Black Tortoise Saber gang was, it would be difficult for her to kill it. However, if Li Qingshan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, and his yang spirit had already become a primordial spirit, the demon of annoyance would not be able to shake him. Instead, it would be distorted by his will. If it dared to come up and make noise, he would immediately turn it into ashes with the divine fire of annihilation. Chapter 1486. But Li Qingshan's protection did not stop there. Strange. She's not a demon folk, so why isn't she rejected by the laws of the demon domain? If I use some strange magic or magic treasure to sneak into the cold blood pass, it would be useless during the tribulation. Ingja couldn't understand. In his estimation, Chao Tianjiao would definitely die. The laws of heaven and earth would not be lenient just because you wanted to transcend the tribulation. If he had to resist the tribulation lightning externally and the devil heart internally, he would also have to suffer the suppression and rejection of the laws of heaven and earth. It would be like fighting a strong enemy while wearing shackles. Even if she had to go through 100 tribulations, she wouldn't be able to succeed even once. This was undoubtedly the influence of Li Qingshan's spirit. Chao Qingjiao recalled his voice and smile, and became even more determined. She no longer looked at the demon of vexation as if it did not exist. The demon of vexation was like the fierce tiger in the donkey of Qian. Although it could cut open the belly of the donkey with a single pounce, it did not dare to try because it had never seen such a strange animal. It seemed to be very powerful. After all, it was the path of the Jinwu demon rinsing patriarch. The black tortoise Dao itself was a deterrent to demons. Thunder roared incessantly and time flew by. Chao Qingjiao had finally reached the end of her rope, especially when the remaining aura of Li Qingshan's spirit was dissipating bit by bit. The invisible laws of the demonic domain were like a spider web, covering him in layers. At first it was very light and thin, but soon, it became very heavy. The demon of worry twitched its nose as if trying to identify her scent, and grew restless trying to get closer to her. However, a bright smile appeared on her face. She had already bought enough time. The essence soul had completely solidified and could be called the black tortoise essence soul. His physical body was still there. After being tempered by the tribulation lightning, it had become even stronger. Her heart was still there, not forgetting the 7 emotions and 6 desires, not forgetting him. Cut the tribulation. With a single slash, a weapon condensed from tribulation lightning was cut in half. It turned into countless lightning arcs and scattered in the air, never to reform again. Using this as a node, she held a knife in her hand. Invincible, the 6th heavenly tribulation was nearing its end. Demon sweep. He waved his saber again and slashed at the demon of vexation. It was not because of the blade. Instead, it was the cruel, austere, and all-conquering true meaning of the black tortoise. The demon of vexation felt the sharp edge piercing his bones. He could not help but avoid the edge of the blade and was swept away. The cold light of the black tortoise saber shone brightly. She was like a valkyrie standing tall in the sky. Ingzhi, don't delay any longer. If you let this slut leave, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Tu Wanqing was half worried and half mocking. Ingzhi's heart sank. He no longer hesitated. He took out an ice-blue rhombus-shaped crystal from his sleeve and bowed deeply to the ground. Welcome, faceless evil god. All the demon sovereigns followed suit and knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, Greetings, faceless evil god. The rhombus-shaped crystal floated in midair, gradually rising, becoming brighter and brighter. With a loud bang, it shattered, and the dazzling light condensed into a transportation gate that slowly opened. One had a medium build, ordinary clothes, and a mediocre temperament. There was no one who walked out of the door. Even their genders were blurred. If they were thrown into the sea of people, they would not cause a ripple. The only unusual thing was that his pale face had no eyes, ears, a mouth or a nose, and no expression. It was terrifying. Similarly, a nondescript voice came out of nowhere. Why so early? As an evil god second only to the 12 demon sovereigns, he also had a heavy responsibility, and he had to cultivate. Time was very precious. Even if they were to attack Black Cloud City this time, they would have to wait until the demon emperors were ready and the war was at its most critical juncture before they could make the final decision. He did not expect Ingzhi to use the transportation crystal so quickly. Ingzhi lowered his head and was about to explain, Lord, it's a bunch of trash. The faceless evil god had already realized that even though he had no eyes, he was not blind or deaf. The lightning was so bright and the thunder was so loud that even a deaf and blind person could feel it. The sudden burst of power made the demon sovereigns unable to raise their heads. They all said, Please forgive us, Lord. This was the power of a god even if he was only a demigod. Tu Wanqing's heart was filled with twisted joy. Old thing, how dare you anger the faceless evil god? Let's see how you deal with this. And that bitch Chao Tianjiao, do you think you can survive after going through 6 heavenly tribulations? Let's see how you die. The faceless evil god reached out to grab Ingzhi's head. Ingzhi suddenly screamed, Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations. What's there to congratulate? The faceless evil god asked back. Even though he had no facial features, his face seemed to be wriggling as if he was making an expression. Ingzhi raised his head and said with a flattering expression, Congratulations, Lord, for killing the enemy human immortal. The faceless evil god was stunned. His hand paused in midair, then he understood and patted Ingzhi's head. Good news indeed. You did well. Get up, all of you. The demon sovereigns looked at each other. Ingzhi glared at Tu Wanqing as if he had been pardoned. You still cultivate the path of Black Tortoise. The faceless evil god looked at Chao Tianjiao in the sky. If he had eyes, his eyes would have lit up. If he had a mouth, his mouth would have been drooling. In the war against the human realm, whoever could kill the enemy human immortal would have made a huge contribution. Not only would he receive a huge amount of resources even for him, but he would also be favored by the heavens. However, this contribution was not easy to obtain. Since he had the word immortal on him, it was extremely difficult to kill him. Even the demon sovereigns might not be able to take him down, because at this level he could no longer rely on his own skills to protect himself. With the Jinwu demon rinsing grandmaster as the leader, the entire desireless heavenly palace would protect him and not let him put himself in danger. If the human emperor was still a chess piece on the chessboard, a relatively powerful chariot cannon. Then even if the human immortal was not a chess player, he was at least a general, and would be protected by the overall situation. If he lost the general, he would have lost the game. This often meant millions of soldiers and thousands of miles of territory. Killing a human immortal, and from the bloodline of the Jinwu Great Emperor, this contribution was no less than taking down Black Cloud City, and might even be more. How could the faceless evil god not be happy when he got such a great bargain? Although the human immortal's background was a little awkward, the demonic realm's heavens could not discern such things. Killing her was killing her. And the demon sovereigns would most likely not care because a human immortal was a human immortal. When she successfully passes the tribulation and becomes a human immortal, she will be at her weakest. I only need to hit her lightly to kill her. If she was in the human realm, her primordial spirit might have a chance to escape. But in the demonic realm, I can do whatever I want. The faceless evil god was bent on killing a human immortal and establishing a mystical skill. He had no intention of capturing her alive. With a creepy and horrifying expression on his face, a pale white hand reached out towards Chao Tianjiao. It grew longer and longer in midair, becoming bigger and bigger until it turned into a sharp claw, as if it was going to tear the entire sky apart. Boom! The last lightning strike was shattered by Chao Tianjiao's saber. Her mind relaxed and the black tortoise saber aura retracted from the blade. The long saber disintegrated and turned into ashes. She also felt exhausted and could not muster up any strength. She had been so focused on dealing with the tribulation that she did not even notice the faceless evil god's arrival. Chapter 1487. Black Cloud City was cold and silent. Snow drifted down. There were quite a few soldiers strolling around the streets, still discussing the grand martial competition that happened not long ago. In the past, war would begin again at this time. The long battle lines would crisscross. The armies of both sides would be bathed in blood, using their hot blood to melt the snow and frozen earth. The people in the city would be mobilized in full swing, constantly taking turns to fight, recuperating and going out again. They would be reduced to a skeleton, or they would use their hands to establish their own path of cultivation. Perhaps there was fear, but more than that, there was anticipation. However, this year they were unexpectedly disappointed. The demon folk never appeared. Everyone guessed that this was probably related to the massacre of Cold Blood Pass. The demon domain had yet to replenish their soldiers, and it was impossible for them to kill their way into the demon domain. All they could do was wait. As a result, only the Pure Land Temple remained busy. The abbot even set aside his cultivation, using this opportunity to purify the demon domain and compress the territory of the demon domain. He had no time to reform Li Qingshan. In such a peaceful atmosphere, the commander of the Blaze Army, the first senior brother, Li Liehua, became more and more restless. He needed to let the flames burn and slaughter to his heart's content, or he would feel pain. The flame patterns flowed under his sturdy body like surging lava, flickering with his breathing. His veins were exposed and his muscles bulged. Who would have thought that the first senior brother with a fiery temperament usually needed to endure constantly? If he did not erupt in his endurance, he would die in his endurance. He had often tasted the taste of death. It was a pile of ashes. If he dispersed his cultivation, his personality would probably be even quieter than an old monk who had cultivated arduously for many years. But recently, because of a certain person, it had become even more difficult to endure. Li Qingshan. The flames blazed brightly. He clenched his fists firmly, suppressing his frenzied anger. His remaining sliver of rationality told him that this was probably his fate. The true meaning of the flames was to rise. He had reached the peak of Renhuang a long time ago. If he could not rise, he would begin the backlash. If he could not endure it, he would kill that kid regardless of everything. The pressure from the sect was easy to endure, but it would mean losing control of his power. Then he would not be far from death. But if he wanted to endure it, it really was difficult. He gritted his teeth. His eyes almost popped out as tears of blood flowed out. He evaporated instantly. Power was also a torment. However, he believed that if he could survive this ordeal, he would have the opportunity to ascend to the next level. The path of raging fire required such rage as a guide, and not to gradually burn away one's rationality and resources in a warm fire. Tribulation. It was also an opportunity. Under the gray stone tower. Li Qingshan didn't know that he was so angry that he cried. Although he was just a fuse, even if Li Liehua came to kill him now, he would not be afraid. A brand new small world had already taken shape. The ox, the tiger, the turtle, and the phoenix were all relaxed. Earth, fire, wind, water, and water returned to their respective positions. At this point, the problem of the balance between the gods and demons was finally resolved. He would cultivate whichever he wanted, and he would cultivate to whichever level he wanted. It was as if he had been unlocked. From then on, the sky is high, the birds are free to fly, the sea is wide, the fish are free to leap. If this wasn't enough to crush Li Liehua in a direct confrontation, then breaking through to the fifth heavenly tribulation was something that was close at hand. If he hadn't lost his yin spirit, he could have broken through immediately as long as he cultivated his yang spirit. But this was good. His foundation was in the 9 transformations of the gods and demons, not the Book of Freedom. When he pushed the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix transformation to the 6th level, he didn't believe that he couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. After suppressing and enduring for so long, I can finally stretch out my muscles and bones. Sigh. In the midst of his carefree mood, he let out a sigh. Chao Qingjiao still hadn't returned. If she had passed the heavenly tribulation successfully, she should have returned. With that woman's personality, it was impossible that she didn't come here to reminisce. He had already prepared a set of words. Since she didn't come, it was likely that she was dead. But there was a glimmer of hope. If she died in battle, her life lamp would be extinguished. The Wanxiang sect couldn't possibly not say anything, but it was also possible that they were blocking the news to prevent the morale of the army from being shaken. Was he too immersed in his role? There was no point in thinking too much. He threw all his guesses to the back of his head, stood up, and called out to little Anne, "Let's go out and find a good place to cultivate and pass the heavenly tribulation." "Okay." Little Anne smiled. "I'll protect you." "Thank you, Master Little Anne." Chao Qingjiao abruptly turned his head, only to see a patch of paleness sealing the void. She had just climbed to the peak and escaped death, but now she was thrown into the abyss on the verge of death. She frowned and closed her eyes, thinking, "Can't I escape death?" Then she opened her eyes, her eyebrows were like knives, and she smiled. Facing the pale and desperate situation, she used her fingers like a knife and slashed it. "Evil, you've cultivated too much." Above the sky, there was a thunderous roar. There was a flash of light and blood splattered. The pale and sharp claws were cut off at the wrist. The faceless evil god was in great pain, and he quickly retracted his hand, but only a broken wrist. His face twitched intensely and he said in a hoarse voice, "True Force Sword." The golden armor general descended from the sky, and his divine light shone in all directions. His cloak fluttered behind him like a big flag. He held a black scabbard with both hands, and a turtle and a snake entwined in the 7 constellations formation. The murderous aura spread across the land. The 12 demon kings were trembling, and even the chaotic and evil Ingji's teeth were chattering, as if a great disaster was coming. If not for the faceless evil god, they would have scattered. The dark light circled around and returned to the scabbard, and the murderous aura disappeared. Chao Qingjiao had just escaped death and she blinked. 6 Armor General? The golden armor general smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am Wang Wenqing." "With the True Force Sword in hand, please forgive me for not being able to greet you. On the orders of Heavenly Emperor Shen Tian, I am here to invite you to the desireless Heavenly Palace." Heavenly Emperor Shen Tian was one of the titles of Heavenly Emperor Zhenwu. Chao Qingjiao looked down, and the pale and sharp claws turned to ashes before they could even touch the ground. The faceless evil god and the 12 demon kings did not dare to take a step forward. Divine General Wang Wenqing, on the other hand, had a pair of phoenix eyes and slender eyebrows, a fair complexion and a calm demeanor. He did not look like a divine general fighting in the demonic domain, but more like a scholar reciting poems in his own courtyard. He did not take the faceless evil god and the 12 demon emperors seriously at all. She bowed and said, fellow Taoist, thank you for saving my life." She could not help but look at the sword in his arms, and felt a sense of closeness and respect, as if she was facing a strict father. The 6 armors were famous, and they were the immortal generals of Heavenly Emperor Jinwu. However, their main duty was not to fight against the demonic area. They were often summoned by Taoist priests from all over the world to execute the wind and thunder, subdue demons and devils, so everyone knew about them. However, even though the Jiazi god was the leader of the 6 armors, it was not enough to intimidate an evil god. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation, the more restrictions they would face. In the demonic area, if the faceless evil god ordered the 12 demon kings to set up the demonic formation of 12 demons, even a few more man-immortals would dare to fight. What they truly feared was the true force sword in his hand, the sword of Heavenly Emperor Jinwu. Chapter 1488. At the same time, Wang Wenqing was also sizing up Chao Tianjiao. He saw that her divine splendor was restrained and her 7 mansions were hidden. She had already obtained the true meaning of the black tortoise and was extraordinary. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. What imposing aura! As expected of the grand Tao of an imperial monarch. How many years had it been since someone was able to cultivate a black tortoise primordial spirit? It was rare that the corpse hadn't been dismembered yet, preserving the physical body. Now, there was a chance for it to reach the next level. No wonder the imperial emperor gave me the true martial sword and ordered me to come to his rescue. Even though she has just become a human immortal, her future is limitless. I cannot underestimate her. Thus he smiled and said, "I'll call you Junior Martial Sister. This place is a barren land with torrential demonic flames. It's not a good idea to stay for long. Please wait a moment, senior brother." Chao Tianjiao cupped her hands and looked back. Her gaze swept across the faceless demon god and the 12 demon emperors like a bolt of cold lightning. A murderous aura was revealed between her brows. She pointed to the sky and swore, "I will never forget what happened today. I will kill all of you." The expressions of the 12 demon emperors changed. The faceless evil god was expressionless. The worldly immortal oath of alliance was not just for show. There was a huge entanglement of karma. Wang Wenqing smiled bitterly. This junior sister is really something. She's already a human immortal, but her killing intent is still so strong. However, this is not a flaw in the desireless heavenly palace. All right, senior brother. Let's go. Wang Wenqing patted her shoulder, and the two of them turned into a beam of divine light, flying into the sky. The tribulation clouds that filled the sky dispersed. The sky was clear for thousands of miles and stars filled the sky. A dark moon hung high in the sky. The Cold Blood Pass was originally in ruins, and now it was even more dilapidated. Even more than half of the pass city had collapsed. Tu Wanqing's lips trembled as he cursed under his breath. Slut, slut? But he no longer had his original confidence. Unless he left the battle formation and hid in the depths of the infernal domain, he wouldn't know when he would be struck again, and he would definitely die. Ingja's face contorted. Not only did the ambush fail miserably, but they also succeeded in enlightening a human immortal. In the dead silence, the faceless evil god finally spoke. "Attack the city, break the city. Otherwise all of you will die." The 12 demon emperors replied in unison, "Yes." With an order, they flew across the canyon and went deep into the demonic domain. Amid the bleak and mournful sound of the bugle horn, the sky was filled with the flames of war. Armies gathered one after another. There were countless demon generals and demon commanders. There were also countless demon kings and demon emperors, all of whom were riding on giant demon beasts. Escorting the grim equipment, they headed towards Cold Blood Pass. A bright moon shone over the mountains. Li Qingshan and Little and quietly left Black Cloud City. Following the winding border, they arrived at an uninhabited mountain range. This was the treasure land he had carefully chosen, and it happened to be between Black Cloud City and another big city. It was the weakest part of the defensive line. There was no need to worry about being discovered. At the same time, he could observe the movements of the main battlefield in the demon domain. Just as Chao Tianjiao had predicted, the 12 demon emperors had gathered at Cold Blood Pass and would definitely make a big move in the near future. Even if he had foiled their plan to sow discord, he probably wouldn't stop. Regardless of whether or not she could escape unscathed, he didn't want to become a deserter. In the army, that was a capital offense. Li Liehua would definitely seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. Then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Not only did he not intend to avoid the main battlefield, but he also wanted to go all out and obtain enough merit points to become a true disciple. Then he would no longer be shackled. If he advanced, he could form his own army, command the army, and become the army commander. If he retreated, he could calmly return to Myriad Appearance Sect and prepare for the journey to the ultimate ruins. If he combined the two, he might even be able to compete with Li Liehua for the position of eldest senior brother. Li Qingshan prayed silently, "I will kill a few more demon emperors and snatch the position of eldest senior brother from that fiery brat. It can be considered as revenge for you. Your soul in heaven can also rest in peace." However, if he was struck to death by tribulation lightning, he would turn into ashes. He could not be more dead. Thus he shook his head again. "I don't have any soul in heaven." Even though he sighed, it was really limited. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was just that they weren't familiar with each other and they were even enemies. Falling into such a situation was also the result of her stubbornness. In the end, he even sacrificed his own spirit to help her. No matter what, he had done his best. Of course, it would be best if she could survive. If she couldn't, would it be his fault? High above the 9 heavens, Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. Wang Wenqing asked, "What's wrong, junior sister? Someone seems to be speaking ill of me." Chao Tianjiao clenched her fists and said furiously, "It must be those damn demon folk." Wang Wenqing smiled. "After becoming a human immortal, you've already taken a step into the path of immortals, so your senses will become much sharper. However, unless it's someone important or something important, you probably won't be able to sense it. If you can sense it from just a few words, wouldn't you be annoyed to death?" Senior brother is right. Chao Qinjiao murmured to herself, "Someone important? Something important?" Wang Wenqing suddenly became serious. "Don't get distracted, junior sister. The desireless heavenly palace is right up ahead. That's the most important matter right now." Understood. With an earth-shaking moo, Li Qingshan turned into an ox demon, standing tall and throwing a punch at the mountain in front of him. Boom! The mountain shook violently. Cracks spread out like a spider web, as if it was a giant trembling before his divine strength. He did not use the living soil of the 9 heavens, relying purely on the strength of the ox demon. Even if it was not as effective as smashing a mountain with a single punch in the 9 provinces, it was still quite impressive. Ox demon butts horns. He lowered his head again and his horns charged forward as his 2 hooves kicked backwards violently. Boom! Under the moonlight, Little and drifted about, gazing at the huge ox at the foot of the mountain with a smile as it slammed its head into the mountain like it had lost its mind. Afterwards, half of the mountain suddenly collapsed, crushing him underneath. How stupid. Li Qingshan was crushed under 10,000 tons of rock and soil. If he had been someone else, he would have been crushed to death in a single blow, yet he felt as comfortable and safe as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. The ox demon transformation was the first transformation he had cultivated, as well as the foundation of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Whether it be its defenses, durability, or destructive power, it was impeccable. Coupled with a divine item like the living soil of the 9 heavens, it was basically as powerful as it could be. The ox demon transformation focused on accumulation, and he had already reached the 5th layer many years ago. He could not accumulate any more. As for comprehension, along the way he had faced countless powerful enemies and endless setbacks. If he did not have this stubbornness, how could he have persevered through all the setbacks and reached where he was today? If the 8 demon transformation was said to be very compatible with his temperament, and there were no bottlenecks when cultivating it, then the ox demon transformation did not need to be compatible at all. He was a raging ox to begin with. No matter what difficulties or obstacles there were, if his fists could not break through, he would use his head to smash a path out. He did not believe in the heavens and only tread on the thick earth, one step at a time. Just one more step forward. The 6th layer of the ox demon transformation had been broken through. Endless power surged from the earth, filling his limbs and bones. However, his mood was very calm. He had merely taken another step forward in his long journey. In the small world, the earth became increasingly vast and sturdy, bearing everything, be it glory or suffering. The road ahead was long and the 9 heavens was not far. He slowly got up, shook off 10,000 tons of rock and soil and looked up at the starry sky. Chapter 1489. In this desolate land, an invisible snake swam past the lofty mountains, passing through the boundary between the human realm and the demon domain. The rainbow-colored figure twisted, revealing some claws before vanishing again very soon. The moment he entered the human realm, he felt a strange sense of loss. This was the feeling of losing protection. The laws of the human realm could not suppress demon folk, but he, or more accurately she, was the child of destiny of the demon domain. Leaving the demon domain meant losing this destiny, so his feelings were obviously much deeper than regular demon folk. You're already a demon folk. Every single hair on your body is one. You can't wash yourself clean. What do you think the myriad sect will do to you? Kill you on the spot? Skin you alive? Or use you before entering samsara? That's probably the most merciful outcome. Qian Rongji continued to mock him, but Chuolong became calm. You can't stop me anymore. Leaving the infernal domain had a much greater impact on her than on him, because she was the true child of destiny. Most importantly, he was already prepared to die. He would no longer be threatened by her. That was because he deeply understood one thing. If he continued to sink into the demon domain, he would definitely be the one to be devoured. She was basically undefeatable in this clash of willpower. It was just like locking a normal person up with a madman. If the normal person could not kill the madman, the final outcome would definitely be the normal person going mad, not the other way around. In reality, he already felt like he was about to go mad. His willpower was on the verge of losing control. He had to brave through mountains of blades and seas of fire, as that outcome was even more tragic than entering samsara. She smiled gently. Don't blame me if you go crazy when the time comes. Then let's perish together. A rumble rang out in the distance, which alarmed him. Earthquake? Landslide? No, that's the sound of violent collisions. It's more like powerful cultivators sparring and fighting. This should be the very edge of the defensive line of Black Cloud City. Why are there cultivators here? He thought of something. If I can run into a disciple of the myriad sect, preferably a direct disciple, I can explain everything clearly. It'll be better than risking my life outside Black Cloud City. As a result, he made up his mind and swam towards the source of the tremors. Strangely enough, this time she did not mock or mock him. She lay in wait quietly. As he swam past a valley, his eyes narrowed. On a mountain peak not far away stood an extremely familiar white figure. He paused for a moment, and her crazy laughter resounded in his mind. Such was fate. What a joke. Billowing demonic chi came from the front. It was extremely familiar. He impatiently circled around another tall mountain. A figure as tall as a mountain stood in the middle of the mountains, with a huge ox head raised high. He looked up at the starry sky. Li Qingshan. I can't be wrong. This was the enemy who had beaten him into the demon domain. Even if he turned into ashes, he would not forget. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Kill. Just as he was about to launch a sneak attack, his figure was exposed. 7-colored light and shadow twisted, and a colorful giant dragon roamed between the mountains. Li Qingshan and Little and looked over. You bitch. He cursed again in his heart, but this was the mortal realm, her disturbance was limited, so he simply approached Li Qingshan and asked coldly, Li Qingshan, do you still remember me? Li Qingshan was surprised as well. Such a huge dragon had suddenly appeared, and it had managed to get so close without being discovered, so it definitely could not be anyone easy to deal with. Now that he had been questioned like this, he became even more confused. Who are you? It seems to be a Hui dragon. Little and tilted his head, the skull prayer bead slid into his hand. Hui dragon. Li Qingshan suddenly realized, so it's you. He was even more shocked. They were separated from 2 worlds, and then each left a world to come to this mortal realm. The world was so big. How unlucky it was to meet in this wilderness. The Buddhist Society of Resentment was not without reason. However, Li Qingshan was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. At that time he was only at the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Now he had passed the 4th heavenly tribulation and was preparing to pass the 5th. Moreover, he had Little N by his side, so although he was shocked, he was not afraid and his fighting spirit was high. Oh, you joined the demon realm and wanted to sneak attack Black Cloud City? The resentment in Hui Dragon's heart grew. He glanced at the collapsed mountain peak in Little An and asked coldly, why are you here? Li Qingshan blinked his ox eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter echoed in the mountains as if he had heard a wonderful joke. Hui Dragon's expression was ferocious, and a low roar rumbled in his throat. If it was his previous temperament, he would have pounced on him and torn him to pieces. However, after experiencing this depravity, he had learned to endure, and there was still a trace of fear in his heart that he was unwilling to admit. What I lack the most now is information about the mortal realm. Why don't I get some information first and then take my revenge? That way I will have more confidence. Li Qingshan laughed, but his mind was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. In an instant he had made up his mind to keep Hui Dragon here. Otherwise, if this guy went to the Myriad sect to complain about him, the joke would be too big. Not only did he almost cause the death of a true disciple of the Myriad sect, but he would also be blamed for the death of the former eldest senior brother Lin Xian. If Chao Qinjiao really died in Cold Blood Pass, then he would also be implicated in the death of his eldest senior sister. If he was hated by the current eldest senior brother Li Lai to the point of gnashing his teeth, then his position as an inner disciple would come to an end. There was no need for any plans, he should just pack up and run. Even Luo Ho Xiaoming and Gu Yenying in the mysterious underworld cave would be implicated. Thinking of this, he felt that it was very troublesome. Although I have the strength to fight him, it is almost impossible to kill him. After all, he is a human emperor, no, a demon emperor, and a member of the dragon clan. His body is very strong and the demon realm is not far away. Fortunately, this guy is covered in demon chi, so he can't enter Black Cloud City. Whatever, I have to try anyway. Let me start by mocking him first. Li Qingshan stopped laughing and patted his chest. I am an inner disciple of the Myriad sect, so it's obviously my duty to protect my territory. There's nothing strange about me appearing here. Hui Dragon's breathing halted. His eyes widened in disbelief. You're an inner disciple of the Myriad sect? An indescribable fury immediately surged out. Chen Rongji's mocking laughter rang out in his head once again, filled with sharp mockery. Oh my, how interesting. A mighty true disciple has become a demon folk, and a demon has become an inner disciple. What, you don't believe me? Li Qingshan shook his huge ox head and fished out the Myriad sect's emblem to show. Look at what this is, ha. He could not help but laugh again. Fate sure was bizarre. Sigh, if you hadn't betrayed the sect and fallen into the demon realm, I'd still be calling you senior brother. But listen up, I definitely won't let a single damn demon folk approach Black Cloud City. If you know what's good for you, piss off to the demon realm and don't let me see you again. If you're tired of living, hee. He clenched his fist. I'll beat you up again. Chapter 1490. Li Qingshan snickered. This move of mine works every time. You're just looking for death if you try to fight me head-on. With a moo, he threw a punch. In the state of ox demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately activate it. His fist naturally carried the power of vibration. Even Ao Xian was almost hammered to death by him. However, this punch actually missed. He felt a sharp pain on the right side of his neck. When the iron fist rushed over, a hint of cruelty and cunning flashed across the Chua dragon's eyes. Its huge body suddenly shrunk countless times. Like a tiny ribbon, it wrapped around Li Qingshan's arm and fiercely bit his neck. He was no longer the Chua dragon from before. He still paid attention to the aura of an emperor. He had already completely turned into a poisonous dragon. The most powerful thing was not the cloud summoning spell but the poison contained in the dragon's teeth. Even a demon emperor would be severely injured if he was bitten by it. You sure are cunning. Li Qingshan pressed his neck and frowned. He tasted the long-awaited pain of hell. The Chua dragon roared, "Do you still remember how you tricked me back then?" Not only could his poison penetrate the bone marrow and destroy the physical body, but it also contained a kind of resentment that could corrode the soul. Therefore he won this move. Not only did he not pounce on Li Qingshan, but he also stayed far away, waiting for the poison to take effect on Li Qingshan. He longed to hear his cries of pain. He glanced at the cliff from the corner of his eye. Little An's figure had disappeared at some point. He couldn't even catch a trace of his aura. Li Qingshan smiled honestly. Fortunately, I just broke through. Otherwise, I really would have fallen into your trap. The colorful poison spread quickly on his neck. However, in the Ox Demon transformation, he didn't need to deliberately use all the Ox Demon's magical powers. Among them was, Ox Demon forges its hide. Although the Chua dragon's teeth were sharp, they couldn't bite through this tough and thick ox hide. However, the disease lies in the texture. Therefore he casually grabbed and tore off the necrotic ox hide. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He still had a silly smile on his face and a pair of bulging bull eyes. He looked at the Chua dragon calmly. Again. The Hui dragon let out a dragon roar and spat out a rainbow-colored miasma that turned into surging poisonous clouds. It filled the entire valley and instantly engulfed Li Qingshan's huge body. He dove into the poisonous cloud and hid his presence. Dragons could rise and hide. If it was big, it would spit out mist. If it was small, it would hide itself. This was a technique that he already had. Even without Chen Rongji's cooperation, he could easily use it. When I was in the 9 regions, I was like a dragon trapped in a shoal. Just now I've lost to you. Today I'll call you. An invisible force suddenly expanded. He broke through the poisonous miasma. The Hui dragon, which was exposed, also became sluggish. Hey, there's a flaw. A large hand came down from above, swatting him away like a fly. With a loud bang, he crashed into the mountain peak. Li Qingshan's surroundings were clear, not even a speck of dust could be seen. This was one of the ox demon thaumaturgies, the great earth field. He felt slightly regretful. That palm strike did not contain the power of vibration when the great earth force field was fully activated. It was far from enough to severely injure the Hui dragon. All he did was turn the tables. The ox demon was not known for its speed. He did not take advantage of the situation to pursue. He stood steadily under the starry sky, shoulder to shoulder with the mountains. He clearly did not have the slightest advantage, but he was calm as if everything was under his control. He was like an elder looking at a mischievous young man and asked with a smile, "Still going?" Boom. The mountain peak collapsed, rocks flew everywhere. The angry dragon soared into the sky, looking down at Li Qingshan. But he did not have the upper hand. He was deeply afraid. It had only been a short time since the battle of the 9 regions, but he had already grown to this level. If he could not kill him in this battle, he might not have another chance in the future. Since you can't do anything to me, why don't you scram back to the demon's domain? Black Cloud City has 2 army commanders. Li Liehua is my brother and Chao Tianjiao is my woman. If you dare to go to your death, I'll immediately activate the roaring black cloud thunder formation and turn you into ashes. Li Qingshan's voice was low and honest. He lied without changing his expression. Li Liehua, Chao Tianjiao, you really dare to talk nonsense? When Chuolong first joined the Myriad Phenomenon sect, these 2 were already the best of the best among the true disciples. Although he did not believe Li Qingshan's words, he could not help but have some doubts. In the demon's domain, being suspicious was a basic quality that could not be missed. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to take out an item with a flip of his hand. It was an extremely ordinary piece of soil without any spiritual qi at all. It was only the size of a fist. In his huge hand it was like a grain of sand. If he threw it on the ground casually, no cultivator would notice it, let alone reach out to pick it up. But this was the only piece of living soil of the 9 heavens, condensed in a large world. No matter which world it fell into, it would be quickly devoured. It would only appear again when the world was destroyed. If anyone wanted to take one, they would have to travel through the void and destroy a large world with their own hands. But to search through billions of tons of soil and stone while fighting countless void-swallowing beasts for food, even true immortals and demon gods did not have the ability to do so. To Li Qingshan, it was far more powerful than any magic treasure. But in the end, it was just an external object. It's time. He opened his ox demon mouth and revealed 2 rows of neat front teeth. He swallowed it without hesitation. The living soil of the 9 heavens flowed down his throat, but it did not enter his stomach. Instead, it fell into this small world, and sank deep into the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently and expanded further. Li Qingshan's ox demon 6th tier, which he had just broken through, advanced once again. Endless power surged out from the small world. His body swelled and his muscles bulged. His pair of horns stretched out and his hide became tougher. He clenched his fists, spread his arms and bellowed at the sky. The ground beneath his feet was shattered into dust. Several mountains beside him collapsed with a loud rumble. In Black Cloud City, Li Liehua suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a slight tremor coming from the ground. He muttered to himself, "Is it an earthquake?" Chuolong felt even more shaken. His momentum could not help but weaken. His determination to kill Li Qingshan here and now had already wavered. He subconsciously flew a little higher, away from the ground. After transforming into a venomous dragon, his best method of attack was actually to sneak up on his enemy without making a sound and bite at his enemy's vitals. Then he would inject his poison. However, Chen Rongji had seen through his ultimate move right from the start. He wanted to crush Li Qingshan head-on, but he realized that Li Qingshan was no longer the same as before. For a moment he was hesitating whether he should continue fighting, head for Black Cloud City, or simply return to the demon domain. It tastes great. Li Qingshan licked his lips. From now on, the living soil of the 9 heavens was no longer an external object. Instead, it was a part of his ox demon great strength. With this, he was not far from reaching the 7th tier of the ox demon. It was a pity that he did not have enough living soil of the 9 heavens. Otherwise, he might have reached the 9th tier of the ox demon in one go. At that time, even Li Liehua would not be able to withstand a light punch from him, much less a mere Chuolong. After the tremors subsided, there were no longer any mountains within a 50-kilometer radius. A desert had formed between the mountains. Li Qingshan stood in the desert and looked at the venomous dragon in the sky. He reached out and grabbed at the air. Come down. Chapter 1491. Under the starry sky, a bull and a huge dragon wrestled in the air. Li Qingshan glared with his bull eyes, his nostrils puffing out white gas as he said in a muffled voice, "Come fight me, bastard." Silong's body expanded to its limit, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws, spitting out thick miasma that condensed into a poisonous cloud around his body. He desperately climbed up the cloud, but he was still pulled down inch by inch. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, his iron hooves were also pulled up inch by inch. He immediately recalled an extremely abstruse law from his previous life: the effects of force are mutual. After transforming into a dragon, Chuolong's physique was already abnormally strong, and after his rebirth in the demon domain, it became even stronger. Even though Li Qingshan's earth force field was powerful, it was still inferior to his own strength. If the situation continued like this, they would not come into close contact in the air. Li Qingshan was able to wrestle with the Hui dragon because the strength of the earth played a great role in an invisible manner. Once his feet left the ground, he would weaken drastically. He definitely would not be able to restrain the Hui dragon. However, he was not fighting alone. The bell rang like a cold gossamer, piercing through the night sky. Chuolong's heart shook. Little Anne's figure suddenly rushed out of the rainbow miasma and appeared right above the dragon's head. The Buddha-slaying sword slashed down without a trace of smoke or fire. The danger of death instantly filled his mind. Chen Rongji murmured, "Die." Never. Without the slightest hesitation, the Hui Long rushed towards Li Qingshan. Under the effects of the force field of the earth, he arrived before Li Qingshan in a single moment. Suddenly he turned into a human, and a twisting and changing streak of light was reflected in his ox eyes. Li Qingshan seemed to have expected this. He twisted his bull head, his curved horn stabbing at Chuolong like a sharp knife. It looked clumsy, but it gave off a mysterious feeling of being untraceable. All his strength was concentrated on the tip of his horn. Bull demon butts horns. Li Qingshan also called this move, "I butts your lungs." Chuolong's pupils shrank. After Li Qingshan transformed into the ox demon, his reactions had always been sluggish. He did not expect that he could still make such a counterattack at such a crucial moment. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and the sense of danger grew stronger. Little Anne's sword. It was silent, but it was still approaching. If he were to face the sword head-on, it would be difficult for him to block it. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he became one with his sword. The sword light suddenly made a turn and brushed past the bull's horn, creating a string of sparks. Without hesitation, it fled into the distance. Li Qingshan thought it was a pity. If it were not for the fact that his feet had basically left the ground, he was a little weak, but this one move would be enough to knock the Chua dragon half to death. He immediately raised his hand to encircle the sword light, wanting to activate his earthen field. However, the sword light was constantly changing, making it very difficult to lock onto it. Even though he could expand the range of his earthen field and lock onto his target vaguely, he would definitely not have enough power to do so. Moreover, now that the sword was flying horizontally, it was not as good as just now pulling it downwards, and the power was much weaker. In just a breath's time, the Chua dragon would be far away. After some thought, he put down his hand. After all, it was a demon emperor. He could put up a fight, but it was really difficult to kill. Little and landed on his head. Li Qingshan touched the bull's horn. Fortunately, my horn is also hard enough. Little and curled his lips. Perverted. Hey, I'm talking about Brother Ox. What does a child like you know? Li Qingshan walked unhurriedly in the direction the sword light had fled. Boom, boom, boom. With heavy steps, he stepped onto a mountain peak. In front of him was not Black Cloud City, but the demon's domain. Little and said, "Be careful. I won't make a move for now. Since you're unwilling, then you'll have to pay the price." Li Qingshan chuckled. If the Chua dragon ran toward Black Cloud City, then there was nothing he could do. But he went to the demon's domain. That was another challenge. In these few exchanges, Li Qingshan seemed to have the upper hand, but in reality he was unable to do anything to the Chua dragon. On the contrary, if he couldn't withstand the Chua dragon's attacks, he might not be able to escape the Chua dragon's pursuit. The Chua dragon naturally wasn't willing to give up and wanted to fight again. If he won, he would be able to personally take revenge and sweep away the obstacles to returning to the myriad phenomenon sect. If he lost, he would still be able to escape at any time, which was tantamount to being in an invincible position. However, how could everything be as simple as he had imagined? Little and floated away and disappeared again. Li Qingshan's body gradually became smaller. His back was slightly arched and his footsteps became lighter and lighter. However, the evil aura around him became stronger and stronger. His eyes were as red as fire, as if he viewed all living beings as prey. They were filled with a soul-stirring magic. A white beard sprouted from the side of his mouth. As he smiled viciously, his front teeth had already turned into sharp fangs. Black patterns spread out, forming the character King on his forehead. In an instant he transformed from an ox demon into a tiger demon. He had a tiger's head and a tiger's brain. Glaring like a tiger, he pulled out a large saber. Whoa! He raised his head and let out a long howl, shaking the mountains. The wind divine wings on his back didn't dissipate. They suddenly spread out to the extreme and he soared into the sky, whistling. With a bang, he broke through the white air barrier and pounced towards the Chua dragon with monstrous killing intent. In terms of long-term flight, the phoenix was naturally more relaxed and graceful. However, in terms of instantaneous eruption, the tiger demon had the absolute advantage. There was only a thin line between life and death. It was a competition of who was fiercer and faster. The phrase "like a tiger with wings" wasn't just for show. The Chua dragon stopped at the border between the human realm and the demon realm. This was the place where the laws of heaven and earth were the strictest. He also felt his power being greatly suppressed. This kind of suppression didn't just affect one's physique or magic power. Even poisons would be weakened. All extraordinary powers would be fundamentally weakened, and mortals would be the least affected. Relatively speaking, an unknown injury might be fatal here. Therefore, if the two armies fought at the border, cultivators would also be abnormally cautious. Most human sovereigns and demon sovereigns had fallen in this area. However, compared to the human realm, he had a huge advantage here because he was the demon realm's child of destiny. At the same time, it was difficult for that bitch to cause trouble. If Li Qingshan was also rejected by the demon realm's laws, it would be even better. He suddenly turned around and met a pair of tiger eyes. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The tiger demon eyes was one of the tiger demon's divine abilities. Legend had it that the tiger's eyes had the power to hypnotize its prey and make them unable to move. The tiger demon indeed had this kind of power. It could turn those easily distorted ghosts into ghosts and servants. After transforming into the tiger demon, each of Li Qingshan's eyes had this kind of power. If he encountered a weak-willed opponent in a fight, he might not even be able to use 30% of his strength. Even those with strong wills would definitely be affected. Their momentum would weaken and they would be suppressed by the monstrous killing intent. A moment of carelessness would cause them to die in the tiger's mouth. Li Qingshan descended from the sky and rushed into the border. His wind divine wings immediately retracted, and his speed slowed down. His eyes also seemed to become less terrifying. The Chua dragon relaxed. He smiled coldly and held the sword hilt. Tiger demon's fury. Li Qingshan grinned and suddenly stomped on the ground. The wind divine wings on his back suddenly stretched and the wind howled. He actually accelerated at an incredible speed, breaking through the laws of heaven and earth's restraints and pounced in front of the Chua dragon. His eyes were intimidating as he shouted, "Tiger!" The world shook as killing intent erupted. The saber slashed down. Chapter 1492. Without any nonsense or probing, Li Qingshan's first move was a killing move. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, with a glare, a roar and a pounce, it fused the four divine abilities into one. At the critical moment, Chuolong's expression changed. His gaze was like that of a dragon's, and his hand that was holding the sword suddenly steadied. He swung it, leaving a series of afterimages. Clang! The swords and sabers clashed. Chuolong forcefully withstood the strike, his body toppling backwards. The ground beneath his feet cracked and collapsed in all directions. The sharp lights intersected, and a ball of dancing sparks illuminated the two sinister faces. Killing intent, rage and hatred, all of them clashed madly in that tiny space. He stared at Dragon Eye with his tiger eyes and pressed the edge of the blade down fiercely. A stream of blood flowed down from Si Longto's head. The fierce wind from the blades slashed at his body from all directions, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds. The dragon scales on his body were like heavy armor, firmly resisting the blades. At the moment when the momentum of the blade was exhausted, he was like a spring that was pressed to the limit, using all his strength to deflect the blade. The edge of the blade passed in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, leaving the space in front of him wide open. Bang! Li Qingshan was sent flying backwards. A seven-colored palm print was deeply imprinted on his chest, accompanied by a sharp pain. Chuolong's hair was disheveled. He leaned on his sword and panted heavily. Blood flowed from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. He felt a lingering fear. Just now, if he took half a step back, he would be finished. All right. Li Qingshan grabbed the flesh on his chest and tore it off. Hot blood spilled onto the frozen ground. His fighting spirit boiled like fire as he strode toward the turtle dragon. You've already lost. Chuolong's voice was low as the corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile. Li Qingshan grinned but did not make a sound. In the silence, there was only the sound of the wind and the saber. Chuolong sneered and charged forward with his sword. The group of stars watched coldly. They were like ordinary soldiers approaching the other party step by step. 10 steps. The wind howled, the killing intent surged, and the faint roars of tigers and dragons could be heard. Li Qingshan did not make a move and neither did Chuolong. 5 steps. Fierce winds howled, killing intent blazed, and the roars of tigers and dragons were like the low sound of war drums. Li Qingshan did not make a move, and neither did Chuolong. 3 steps. The wind was torn apart, and the murderous aura was shattered. Tiger roars and dragon roars surged and overlapped as they charged into the sky. Rays of light exploded. It swept in all directions, drowning everything in the saber light and sword aura. / Humans are like tigers. The saber was like the wind, wantonly brandishing. To his heart's content, it was as if he was drinking strong wine, disregarding life and death. Little Anne, who was hiding at the side, had a worried look on his face. Chuolong's swordsmanship was superb. His sword's twists and turns were unpredictable, like the transformation of a dragon or snake, while parrying the energy saber. Then, it weaved through Li Qingshan's body from inconceivable angles, leaving bloody marks on his body. He also had a set of dragon-scale heavy armor which was good for both offense and defense. Li Qingshan only attacked and did not defend, which was why he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the injuries he received were getting more and more severe, and he was practically fighting while bathed in blood. Little An gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. If this goes on, he will. In the Tiger Demon transformation, no other divine abilities could be used, including the Phoenix's nirvana. Once he died in battle, he would truly die. Boom. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. Figures separated and passed by each other. One of them fell to the ground. Chuolong stood proudly, a few more saber marks on his body, and his dragon scales were shattered. He looked back and sneered cruelly. Li Qingshan half knelt with his saber, his body bathed in blood. He was smart. He should have retracted the Tiger Demon transformation now. At least he would have a few more lives. However, he did not do so. He spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. Satisfying. If he killed his courageous heart because of the Phoenix's nirvana, he might as well not have it. If he retreated because he was afraid of death, he might as well die. Unknowingly, the wind stopped. Chuolong adjusted his aura, turned around and stared at his back. He was clearly very weak, but he was deeply fearful. Without any hesitation, he dashed forward and slashed down with his sword. Little An bit his lip and closed his eyes. Get up. The wind rose. Li Qingshan grabbed the blade without looking back. Fresh blood flowed down the blade. Chuolong's expression changed. His extremely weak aura actually rose again. How is this possible? The wind rose. In an instant, it became a storm, shattering the pillars of smoke, flying sand and stones and darkening the world. Wind god wings lightly spread out. With each flap, the storm became even more violent. Li Qingshan was the heart of the storm. Chuolong's expression became stern, and he used all his strength to activate the blade. Die. The sword light slashed across, but it missed. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared, leaving only the wildflower saber stabbed into the ground. Did he escape? Chuolong's uneasiness became stronger and stronger. The blade trembled, rising from the ground and shooting into the sky, landing in a large hand. Chuolong suddenly raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the sandstorm. Li Qingshan was hovering above his head, looking down at him with a pair of red eyes. The wind god wings behind him merged with the storm. Li Qingshan nodded slightly at little Anne, thanking her for her trust and support. She didn't help him when he was in danger. He understood how difficult it was for her. He silently listened to the sound of the wind. This is the 6th level of the tiger demon. The wildflower saber soul that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Kid, your saber skills are still too young. You actually made me lose to a broken sword. Listen to my roar. Li Qingshan smiled and waved the wildflower saber, stirring up the storm. At this moment he seemed to have transformed into a wind god, descending from the sky with the power of heaven and earth. Chuolong's expression was solemn as he slowly waved the abandoned immortal sword. Rays of sharp sword light condensed and didn't dissipate. 3,000 moves of the heaven and earth hidden sword technique formed a sword formation to resist the wind god of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth hidden sword, 3,000 formation. 100 flowers. The last flower saber danced in the storm. The dazzling saber light was like 100 flowers blooming. With the hilt as the branch, the saber as the calyx, and the wind as the petals, it bloomed brilliantly. The sword formation was broken. The 3,000 sword lights were all drowned in the wind flowers. However, Chuolong was unharmed. He sneered. Just so. Li Qingshan slowly spat out 2 words, but it caused his expression to change drastically. 1,000 flowers. With the last flower saber in hand, this steel flower bloomed to its heart's content once again. The ground was shaved off layer by layer, leaving only Chuolong in the center. He desperately waved his sword to defend with a crazed expression. Clang. The abandoned immortal sword flew out of his hand. Its surface was covered with fine saber marks. The dragon scales on his body shattered and scattered, blown away by the wind flowers. Chuolong's face was filled with shock as if he was trapped in a nightmare. However, he heard another word. 1,000 flowers. In an instant his aura collapsed. A cloud of blood mist burst out of his body. He turned into a 7-colored escape light and fled toward the demon domain. He didn't hesitate to use his essence blood and vital chi to execute the escape art. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the flowers bloomed and withered, layer by layer, as if they were endless. The escape light was shaved off layer by layer, and he was forced back to his human form. A shadow covered him. Li Qingshan blocked his path. His expression was ferocious and furious, but his scarlet eyes were abnormally clear, reflecting his distorted face. That gaze made him feel fear. He trembled and couldn't move. The 10,000 flowers fell, and the saber lights were all restrained. Only the last flower saber was left in the world. The saber stabbed into his chest, and the saber didn't even reach the hilt. The saber came out from his back and the aftermath tore the ground apart. It turned into 1,000 miles of wind, leaving behind a deep ravine. Chapter 1493. Chuolong was on his last breath as he muttered to himself, "Why?" Many questions lingered in his mind. He had expected failure but not death. Their strengths were clearly on par and he might even be stronger. But why did Li Qingshan's cultivation suddenly increase? Why did he show mercy in that last strike? Li Qingshan chuckled and his laughter tore at his injuries, causing them to erupt into a bloody mist. Every wound was bleeding profusely. His body swayed and he fell backward on his back. Caught by little Anne, he looked even more pitiful than Chuolong. This was his answer. After breaking through to the 6th level of the tiger demon, not only had his cultivation increased, all his abilities had also increased. However, the tiger demon was not a living being and there was no spontaneous nirvana. Raising one's cultivation was not like leveling up in a game. With a swoosh he was back to full health. Fury of the tiger demon had always been about blood for blood, life for life. Injuring 10,000 enemies, injuring 8,000 oneself. This was the result of him suppressing his injuries and raising his combat strength at all costs. Behind that aura of a wind god was a broken body on the verge of collapse. Especially that last move, myriad flowers. His organs had been ruptured and his blood vessels had been shattered. He had relied on his tiger bones to hold on, and they were covered in cracks. In a battle of life and death, how could he show mercy? That last strike should not have had any repercussions, and should have exploded within Chuolong's body, tearing him apart. In the end he could not hold on any longer and could only do so. "You." Long immediately understood, and a strong sense of regret gnawed at his bones. If I had not escaped. Li Qingshan lay weakly in little Anne's embrace, his tiger stripes receding, and his scarlet eyes turning black. He laughed. There is no if, you would have escaped. What? Long stood there without moving, as though he was holding on to his last bit of pride. Because your anger and hatred are fake. Li Qingshan's voice was hoarse. His life was slipping away, and if he could not return to his normal state and activate spontaneous nirvana, he would still die. Little An bit the tip of his finger, and the blood condensed into a red bean. It contained the purest life energy. When it entered his mouth, his complexion immediately improved. What did you say? Long glared at him with a ferocious expression. Time passes, all that I give to you will perish. Do you understand this feeling? The tiger stripes on Li Qingshan's body faded away, and he finally returned to his human form. In a split second his tiger bones shattered. His blood began to burn, turning into scarlet flames. Under the boundless starry sky, on the boundless plains, a ball of wildfire burned. Long's expression kept changing in the firelight. He said in a low voice, Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die. Time is mournful, everything that touches you will die. With a cry, Li Qingshan was reborn in the flames. Still feeling weak, he tried to clench his hands. He thought to himself, is it because we're at the border area? Even nirvana would be suppressed. If it reaches the 9 heavens, the impact will be even greater. Even if we have a few lives, it might not be enough. Long quickly understood the meaning of this sentence. He said coldly, those are the words of an ordinary man. Li Qingshan smiled. When an ordinary man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. You, the high and mighty emperor of Great Xia, have probably long forgotten what it means to risk your life. Why should I risk my life? I don't need to. Long closed his eyes and recalled the past, when he swept through the world with an eagle and a wolf, and finally unified the 9 provinces. He relied on the techniques from the mortal realm, his powerful cultivation, and the corresponding knowledge and strategies. He was always in an invincible position, and he never needed to risk his life against anyone. Everything was under control. So, your anger and hatred are all fake. To you. The most important thing is always to protect yourself. When the emperor was angry, blood would flow for thousands of miles, and it would be the blood of others. Long was in an invincible position, and so was Li Qingshan. He just personally cut off the path of retreat, choosing to sink the cauldron to decide life and death. In this battle, Long did not lose in strength, nor in strategy, but in determination. Of course, it was normal for Long to be like this. For ordinary cultivators, the most important thing was to protect themselves. Not to mention a human emperor like him, who had reached the peak of the mortal realm, already had an extremely long life, and enjoyed all the prosperity of the mortal realm. The son of a rich family would not sit under a roof, let alone fight with his life on the line. I see, this is the end of me, Long. Cough cough. Long laughed bitterly and his body shook violently. He seemed to be somewhat relieved but also seemed to be unwilling. Little An stood with his sword. If he wanted to self-destruct his demon heart, he would kill him with a sword. However, he did not do so. He laughed like a madman mixed with the shrill laughter of a woman. At the border of the mortal realm and the demon realm, he finally completely sank into the demon realm and fell into madness. Little An did not attack and he tilted his head. It's you? The laughter gradually subsided, and it turned into a woman's voice. The crystal on Long's forehead sank into his head, and he turned into a woman's face, which was 70% to 80% similar to Qian Rongji, but with a bit more coldness. His body shook continuously, and he twisted violently, turning into the figure of a woman. Billowing demonic aura surged over, and his badly mutilated skin recovered. He was as pale as paper and as enchanting as a snake. She, the child of destiny of the demon realm, seemed to be getting more and more favored. Yes, it's me. Li Qingshan frowned. You swallowed Long? It was completely conceivable that she was parasitic in Long's body, like a malignant tumor, constantly mutating and multiplying, and finally swallowing Long's collapsed will. Qian Rongji smiled. Long has long ceased to exist. He was just an obsession, but he refused to admit it. Or rather, I am Long, this was not possession. As a child of destiny favored by heaven's will, under the chaotic and evil will of the demon realm, their divine souls had already fused long ago. Their memories and thoughts were interlinked, and it was more like two split personalities fighting with each other. If Chuolong won, he could eliminate the personality named Qian Rongji and pretend that he had succeeded in possession, or even that nothing had happened. However, it was impossible for him to win. Although the laws of heaven and earth were invisible, they were everywhere. The so-called Qian Rongji was already the representative of the demon realm's will, and no thoughts of betrayal could be allowed. Chuolong understood this, and that was why he desperately escaped from the demon realm, but he just happened to run into Li Qingshan at this time. Since he could not escape his fate, it was probably the work of heaven's will. Li Qingshan unsheathed his dying flower blade and sneered. In that case, it would be best for me to kill you. He loathed Qian Rongji even more than Chuolong, and he even had the thought of killing her as soon as possible. If she was the one leading the battle just now, then it was very likely that they would die together, and he would have to think of a way to retreat instead of fighting a madman with his life on the line. There was a saying, the soft fear the hard fear the unreasonable fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. This woman did not care about her life and was truly difficult to deal with. However, Qian Rongji said, the Black Sun demon heart is in your hands. Chapter 1494. She looked at herself with a subtle expression, not caring about Li Qingshan's threat at all. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and looked at her graceful figure without any hesitation, but he pondered in his heart, what is the Black Sun demon heart? Could it be? We've known each other for so many years. Qian Rongji smiled, I've never harmed you. That's why you're still alive. That little plot of mine can't be put on the table. If not for you and Qian Rongji smiled at little N, I wouldn't be where I am today. Li Qingshan's appearance turned the 9 prefectures upside down, and the entire world was finished. Only then would she be able to seize the opportunity to rise. Otherwise, no matter how cunning she was, it would be useless. When the Chuolong descended and became the master of the world, nothing could be hidden from him and she would be dead. Little N nodded slightly. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and said playfully, so, you're planning to repay kindness. Qian Rongji walked forward seductively and tapped Li Qingshan's chest. If not for me, you might not have been able to defeat the Chuolong. Be it in the 9 prefectures or just now. Whoosh. Li Qingshan slashed down and she retracted her hand. She said gently, so we don't owe each other anything. She pretended to cheer, a new world, a new life. Why don't we start over again? Start over? Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't like the way she said it. Just like in the 9 prefectures. We conspired a lot back then and it was such a nostalgic time. There must be a deep fate between us. Qian Rongji's expression was exaggerated, and there was a hint of the Chuolong's pretentiousness. Her expression, temperament and way of thinking seemed to have broken through the inherent limitations, and there was a calmness as if she had the mandate of heaven. She was no longer a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. Instead, it was a python that could swallow clouds and spit out mist, transforming into a soaring serpent that could peacefully entrench itself. Li Qingshan's frown deepened. Don't misunderstand, I'm not talking about that kind of fate. You're not suitable for me, I already have a little dragon. Qian Rongji crossed her arms like 2 white snakes. She tightened her grip inch by inch, her fingers intertwining with each other behind her, a sweet look on her face. Li Qingshan felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this a form of narcissism? He must be crazy to think that she had become normal. He looked at little Anne and wanted to say, why don't we just kill her? Hey little Anne, why do you look so relieved? Cough. What is the Black Sun demon heart? A legend of the infernal domain. Qian Rongji spoke tirelessly about what she had seen and heard in the infernal domain. Li Qingshan was shocked. So the incident at Cold Blood Pass was really my fault. He had always thought that Chao Tianjiao was courting death, but he had tricked her in the end. The commotion must have attracted the 12 demon emperors to attack Black Cloud City. So it's in your hands. Qian Rongji licked her lips greedily. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. I want to go to Qingqi Mountain. Understood. Qian Rongji waved her hand. The abandoned immortal sword bounced up from the ground and flew into her hand. It flew into her hand. How can I contact you? Little Anne flicked out a skull prayer bead. She held it in her hand and fine scales grew on her pale skin. They were colorful and constantly changing. Her figure gradually blurred and disappeared. Let's go. Li Qingshan stretched and walked towards the human realm. He was very satisfied with the result of this battle. First, he had broken through to the 6th layer of the tiger demon, and his combat power had increased greatly. Second, he had gotten rid of the hidden danger of the Hui dragon. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by Gao Tianjiao. Finally, he understood the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart. It was better not to take it out in the future. If Qian Rongji could find out where Qingqi Mountain was, it would be even better. But unfortunately, a scouting mission clearly did not deserve such a reward. She should also know that unless she could directly help him defeat Qiongqi, he was not worried that she would bite back. After hearing the legend of the Black Sun Demon Heart, there were not many people who could resist the temptation of reaching the heavens in a single step. His opponent was a demon god after all. If the situation was unfavorable, devouring the Black Sun Demon Heart would be his last choice. But now, he had to break through to the 6th layer of the Phoenix and the 6th layer of the Spirit Turtle first, and then undergo the 5th heavenly tribulation. By then, even human immortals and evil gods would not be able to do anything to him. The red sun and the black sun rose together. Qian Rongji watched as their figures disappeared into the horizon. She turned around and walked towards the demon domain. The pain, humiliation, chaos, and distortion of the past were all buried deep in her heart. A demon heart was crystal clear. At some point in time, all the venomous snakes had disappeared. She no longer had to endure the hellish pain. As she completely fused with the Hui dragon, she completely possessed the cultivation of a demon emperor. The illustrations of Naraka were completed as well. She turned into a real bitter snake of hell, crawling towards her destiny. Li Qingshan returned to the mountains and prepared to break through to the 6th layer of the Phoenix. He rarely used the Phoenix transformation. He felt that apart from his vitality becoming extremely vigorous, there did not seem to be any benefits. Alright, there was another benefit. His entire face would glow and his attractiveness would skyrocket. He would naturally have a noble and reserved bearing. In other words, he would be very cool. However, if he fought the Hui dragon like that, he would only be beaten up like a sandbag. It would not look good. The lack of power was mostly because the Phoenix transformation's magical ability was too simple. There was only Phoenix's Nirvana, and Phoenix's Nirvana. Of course, this was the rebirth godly technique, but it was also a little useless. If the enemy was not strong, then what was the use of rebirth? If the enemy was too strong, then what was the use of rebirth? No matter how you rebirth, your balls would still be destroyed in the end. The lifespan of the Phoenix was definitely the longest among all the Fiend God transformations. This was the dream of all living beings. However, it was the most useless to him. Besides, the Spirit Turtle's lifespan was not short either. If I use the Ox Demon transformation and the Tiger Demon transformation, my magical ability will become extremely powerful. However, what's the use of the Phoenix's Nirvana? Will I be able to rebirth faster? Little and suddenly said, Qingshan, why don't you try using the Phoenix's Nirvana? Using it? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment. He had never thought about it before. He had always been fighting and killing, so how could he waste it like this? However, he already had a certain level of self-protection now. Even a demon emperor could not do anything to him. Would an evil god come knocking on his door? A true phoenix will not be killed before it can undergo nirvana. That makes sense. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. Then I will try. However, I need to make some preparations first. He patrolled the mountains and finally found a volcano that had been dead for an unknown period of time. He descended from the sky and punched it. The crater of the volcano suddenly split open. Black smoke soared into the sky, and lava and fire erupted violently. He flapped his wings of wind and blew away the smoke. With a phoenix cry, he turned into a phoenix and dove into the fire. Phoenix's Nirvana. Chapter 1495. When Li Qingshan started a new round of cultivation, Qian Rongji took a detour and looked at Lingxue Pass from afar. The sky was filled with the dark clouds of war. Even from over 100 kilometers away, they could smell the stench of demonic beasts and hear the roars of demon folk. She had considered doing him a favor by killing a few devil emperors and accumulating enough honor to exchange for the Black Sun Devil Heart. She had fused with all of Chuolong's memories and guessed that he needed to raise his status in the Myriad Nature sect. Killing enemies on the battlefield was the fastest way. However, after completely swallowing the Hui dragon, he dispelled that thought. It wasn't because he was worried that there would be evil gods or even demon gods watching from the shadows. It was because she didn't have the ability to control the Black Sun demon heart at all. Obtaining it rashly would only result in death. Legends could come true because of the legendary person, and not just by obtaining a legendary item. Even if a beggar were to wear a dragon robe, he would not become a king. He would only be hacked into pieces. The 12 demon gods clearly understood this point. Otherwise, if obtaining the Black Sun demon heart would allow one to become a demon god king, they would have rushed over without a care and swept through the entire region hundreds of times instead of just sending an army to attack the city. Up until now, she'd already firmly believed that Li Qingshan was that legendary person. This time he seemed to have changed a lot compared to the past, but he also seemed to have not changed at all, which made her feel afraid. Yes, fear. This was not because of the Chua dragon's residual emotional influence, nor was it because of the threat of death. It was an instinct. She had feared him since many years ago. Even when she was at her craziest, she didn't dare to bare her fangs at him. However, at that time, she was drowning in pain and couldn't fully understand the source of this fear. She could only vaguely feel it. When she finally broke through the shackles and could examine his existence from the perspective of the emperor of the Xia dynasty, from the perspective of the human emperor of the Tao of the human realm, and from the perspective of the child of destiny of the demonic domain, she understood that the devil heart of the Black Sun must have descended for him. Not because of power. Not to mention the demon gods and evil gods, even among the demon emperors, there were many that were stronger than him. It was because he was indeed a monster, and the chaos and destruction he could cause. He was far more evil than the so-called villains, and stood at the forefront of evil. Although he himself may not have realized this, perhaps he still thought that he was unparalleled chivalrous, and convinced people with virtue. But when he destroyed the world and exterminated all living beings. However, he would never show mercy even if he was not evil. Fearing such a monster was not a shameful thing. The common mistake of those who lost to him was that they mistook him for an ordinary person like them. What a joke. One was merciful, compassionate, and cruel. One didn't seek immortality and didn't care about the great Tao. The other despised demons and didn't believe in gods and Buddhas. This was clearly a great evil that was chaotic to the extreme. Even the 12 demon gods had to concede defeat. If the infernal realm was a crazy and evil mother, then what she needed was not a son of destiny, but a husband who could stand above her. Even if he was destined to reject her, despise her, and disdain the power she gave him, she would still embrace him without a care and give him the Black Sun demon heart. Not many people would believe such a conclusion. The reason why she could understand was not only because they had known each other for many years, but also because of little Anne's existence. Even if she was jealous and unwilling, she had to admit that what little Anne needed could only be given by that monster. Only he could easily tolerate her evil, and give her all good, and further give her meaning and carry out her evil. Because he was more evil, it was only natural that little Anne became his follower. And although she had always been disliked by him and didn't become his follower, she was only attracted to little Anne. But in reality she had always been in sync with him. Now she was helping him to deal with a demon god. This was probably not a coincidence but a compatibility of paths. This was a more solid alliance than any oath of eternal love, a fate more profound than any infatuation and regret. It was called fellow Taoist. So she also guessed that Li Qingshan definitely didn't accept the Black Sun demon heart. Because if he accepted it easily, then he wasn't the person the infernal realm was looking for. This was where the will of the demon domain was chaotic and twisted. Those who wanted it could not obtain it, and those who obtained it did not want it. Those who resisted would be tortured to death, and those who prostrated would be assimilated. If the demon folk who thirsted for power were bold enough to take over the Black Sun demon heart, they would either be tortured to death, or assimilated into a part of the demon domain, losing their own will. They might not even succeed, as that would be defying the heavens. As a result, her true objective was not to obtain the Black Sun demon heart at all. That was not something she could devour. Probably even the 12 demon gods could not devour it. Instead, she wanted to find a way to carry out the will of the demon domain and make him devour the Black Sun demon heart, so that the legend of the demon god king could be realized. However, she still could not become his enemy and plot against him, just in case she was the first one he targeted after he succeeded. She wanted to be a loyal guide, a kind matchmaker who would guide him along the right path and facilitate this marriage. It would be much more troublesome than directly dealing with demon god Xiongqi. However, the demon domain would help her. As she understood everything and made up her mind, the demon heart immediately shone with a resplendent light. She immediately felt like she had made up her mind. Her status as a child of destiny, had risen a step further, almost reaching the level of an evil god. This was a reward for her obedience to the will of the heavens, as well as proof for her speculations. Fortunately, she had not been blinded by greed, or she probably would not even know how she died if she blindly sought the Black Sun demon heart. She smiled. I'm still too kind after all. However, the greatest reward wasn't this but a burning world. I hope you like it. Flames surged out from the ground, dyeing the gloomy sky mottled orange-red as if it was burning. A magnificent phoenix rested in the flames. His heart pounded. This was the first time Li Qingshan had used the phoenix's nerve while in the phoenix transformation. An unprecedented feeling surged like magma. His blood flowed endlessly like a river of fire, cycling back and forth before returning to his heart. In the past, the Nerva would always be reborn quickly so that he could deal a fatal blow to the enemy, or deal with a fatal blow from the enemy. But this time he observed the entire process calmly. The feathers slowly melted away in the flames. Only the phoenix's heart became even more resplendent. However, there was no anxiety in his heart at all. Instead, it was light and satisfied. All of his pain and troubles had been cleansed by the flames. This was an emotion completely different from the ape demon's joy. Instead, it was filled with compassion. Compassion for all living beings could not understand this feeling. If everyone could understand this feeling, even if it was just for a moment, they would be able to transcend all their troubles. It was like he had comprehended the phoenix's noble heart for the first time. It was not like the spirit turtle's separation from all fate and untainted by karma. The Qilin was a beast of utmost benevolence, but its benevolence was towards all living beings. Plants were living beings too, and demon folk were living beings too. There was no such thing as good or evil. It followed the way of nature, viewing life and death as breathing. It instead lacked such compassion. As long as the living beings of the world could continue living, nothing else mattered. Universal love was heartless. Only the eternal phoenix could understand the suffering of living beings. It seemed aloof, but it was actually sentimental. This is probably the so-called compassion. It was the same Li Qingshan, but the Yangon abbot and Chen Rongji saw completely different things. One wanted to send him to the Western Paradise, while the other wanted to tempt him into devouring the demon heart of the Black Sun and becoming the master of the demon domain. Chapter 1496. The spirit turtle was like a hermit. It would rather be born with its tail trailing behind it, free and unfettered from the world. The Qilin was a benevolent being who wished for all living beings to live and multiply without end. In short, one was afraid of death while the other was greedy for life. Phoenixes, on the other hand, were saints with noble and pure temperament. They would not perch unless it was a Chinese parasol tree, they would not eat unless it was a refined practice, and they would not drink unless it was a precious spring. Bearing the 5 characters of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, he was born to stand on the moral high ground. However, it was also because of this that he was tainted with the deepest karma. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If one acts above the masses will surely disagree. The weak are easy to break, the bright are easy to stain. The song Spring in the Sun was a song where the number of harmonies would be few. It was difficult to live up to his great reputation. Therefore this immortal divine bird could not live forever. Because he understood the pain of life, he did not covet it. Because he had undergone nirvana countless times, he was not afraid of death. Rather than dragging out an ignoble existence, it was better to burn oneself. This spirit of sacrifice was unique to phoenixes. Li Qingshan leisurely recited, "Phoenix shi, how can virtue decline?" He stretched out his wings and began to dance. It danced into a whirlpool of flames, and the whirlpool absorbed the raging earth fire. It caused the magma to cool down and solidify into grayish-black rocks, turning it into a dormant volcano, leaving only a ball of spinning flames at the crater. Shaoan casually sat down on a piece of volcanic rock that was as red as fire. Her right hand rested on her raised knee as she held a string of shiny white prayer beads. She crossed her left leg before her and stared at the ball of fire in thought. The original meaning of nirvana was Buddhism's parinirvana. It was full of merits and virtues, and it was called solitude. He did not know what it had to do with phoenixes. The path of white bone and great beauty used the samadhi flames of white bone to extinguish all living beings. It was also rather similar to a phoenix's nirvana. However, it could not be reborn, so the living beings would probably not be too happy about it. The white bone bodhisattva regarded this as another powerful proof of the ignorance and lowliness of the mortals, but she could understand this feeling. It was because she wouldn't be happy if Green Mountain couldn't be reborn from nirvana. A clear and resounding phoenix cry resounded out, clear and crisp like silk being torn apart. A gorgeous and dazzling phoenix was reborn in the flames. A body full of phoenix blood. It became purer. The phoenix transformation broke through to the 6th stage, and his cultivation rose explosively once more. He was now infinitely close to the 5th heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan was pleasantly surprised. So Phoenix Nirvana could be used like this. In other words, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to undergo nirvanic rebirth in the flames every time he recovered his ability. That way he would be able to improve his Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to the 9th level. However, the downside was that there was no way to revive after being killed. What he lacked now was time. As for how to use it, he needed to think about it carefully. Let's go to the next place. They also found a lake among the mountains. Although it was not very big, it was enough. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath. He planned on breaking through to the 6th layer of the spirit turtle transformation here before undergoing the 5th heavenly tribulation. Time flew by in the inheritance hall of the Wanxiang sect. The alarm bell rang. Only a few of them were in seclusion. True disciples who were on missions and were not in the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon sect were also summoned. All other true disciples were summoned. Ruan Yaozhu was no exception. She looked at Dai Mingfan strangely. The other true disciples were the same. The heavy atmosphere in the air made it so that no one dared to speak. Dai Mingfan coughed. Junior brother Gu, why don't you say it? The quartermaster Gu Xing strode up to the stage. Brothers and sisters, let's cut to the chase. The demon realm is preparing to launch a large-scale attack on Black Cloud City. Senior brother Li Liehua has issued an emergency call for all true disciples to participate in the war. The military situation is urgent. We are about to go to Black Cloud City to discuss how to defend against the enemy. The inheritance hall was in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. Only Lutian was still smiling, but he also furrowed his brows. In history, every time the demon realm launched a large-scale attack, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and there would definitely be true disciples who died. This wasn't a gamble but a chess game. There was no winner taking all. If the other side was willing to sacrifice the demon emperor, then you would have to use the human emperor as a pawn. At most, you would have a small advantage. Dai Mingfan asked with a frown. Junior brother Gu. Junior sister Ruan is in charge of the 100 Herb Garden. Is she also on the list? That's right, one counts. You don't have to look at me like that. I'll go to battle after arranging the supplies. Damn it, what's Li Liehua thinking? Don't tell me demon folk have already killed their way to the city? They haven't. Gu Xing hesitated. Ruan Yaozhu could not help but ask, what about senior sister Chao? Dai Mingfan said, yeah. In a situation like this, don't we need 2 army commanders to issue a joint call for it to take effect? Gu Xing's expression changed. He hesitated again and again. Senior sister Chao is currently missing. Senior brother Li said she might have fallen into the demon realm or even become a demon emperor. As a result, he's already reset the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation to prevent her from infiltrating the city and destroying the formation. This information is top secret. Please don't. What? How dare he? Before he had even finished, the true disciples had already fallen into an uproar, drowning out his voice. In particular, the female cultivators immediately formed a grand scheme in their hearts. The situation became even more chaotic. Smack. Dai Mingfan slammed the table. Shut up. What's with all the ruckus? The direct disciple hall fell silent. Ruan Yaozhu's gentle but firm voice rang out. Senior sister Chao's life lamp is still present. I refuse to believe she's fallen into the demon emperor. If she really has fallen into the demon realm, we need to hurry to Black Cloud City and find a way to save her. Senior brother has summoned us in such a hurry probably because of this. Gu Xing sighed. If the first senior sister defected to the enemy, the consequences would be unthinkable. Dai Mingfan said, you're right, junior sister. Let's go see Li Liehua right now and get to the bottom of this. At this moment, Li Liehua's heart was filled with anxiety. He paced around in the room. The vicinity of Cold Blood Pass had already become a forbidden zone. Even he dared not enter the demon realm again. However, just looking at it from afar he still found it alarming. It was impossible to hide the mobilization of an army on such a large scale. It was no longer a competition of schemes and tricks, but strength and momentum. Once the demon gods made up their minds, they were extremely terrifying. Even he, who controlled the army and watched over the city, could not help but feel powerless before this momentum. He was especially worried that Chao Tianjiao would fall to the Demon Emperor. Even if he decisively rearranged the roaring black cloud thunder formation, making it impossible for her to sneak into the city. She still had all the diagrams of the roaring black cloud thunder formation and had the highest authority. There were too many ways to destroy the formation. That was why he was so anxious to summon all the direct disciples here for a meeting. It was to deal with a possible surprise attack. Their strength was about the same. If she was bent on destroying the formation, he would not be able to stop her. Adding Abbot Yangon to the mix would be pointless. Also, that black roar had to be controlled as soon as possible. Otherwise, one word from Chao Tianjiao would be enough for her to rebel immediately. Fortunately, Huahua was watching her, so there would not be any problems for the time being. Huahua, they're all here. An abnormally tall and beautiful woman walked in. Her thick red hair was slightly curled. Her face was slightly long, and her nose bridge was high. She had an exotic charm. She was a head taller than Li Liehua. She hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "If the situation is not good, I'll bring you to the demonic beast path. Let's see who can stop me." Huahua. Li Liehua heaved a sigh of relief and smiled, "I won't die here." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.